Chapter 37:28. What? The 7 members of the Ice Phoenix clan couldn't help but tremble upon hearing this. Even Huodahong and the other members of the Fire Phoenix clan were shocked, not to mention them. In their impression, Princess Huofeng had always been an obedient and sensible person who respected the old and loved the young. They didn't expect her to have such a ruthless side. As her closest family and clansmen, this was the first time they had seen the Fire Phoenix Great Princess fly into such a rage and make such a big fuss. Clang! The Fire Phoenix sword's godly aura shook everyone present. An elder of the Ice Phoenix clan suddenly trembled. He waved his hand and the Fire Phoenix blade appeared. What? You want to use the Fire Phoenix clan's sovereign divine weapon against me? Princess Huofeng sneered. Although the Fire Phoenix blade was the Fire Phoenix clan's sovereign divine weapon, it was still in the Sky Bell divine treasure. Having a sovereign divine weapon could prevent many accidents. For example, if they accidentally got separated during a battle, they would have a higher chance of survival with a sovereign divine weapon. In addition, the Ice Phoenix clan's sovereign divine weapon didn't come to the meeting point. Therefore, Huodahong had let the elder of the Ice Phoenix clan take care of the Fire Phoenix blade. This elder's status in the Feng people was similar to Huodahong's. You dare to rebel? Do you still have us in your eyes? The elder of the Ice Phoenix clan said angrily. I'm rebelling? Bing Xingyuan, everyone has the right to criticize me except you. Princess Huofeng sneered and looked at the Fire Phoenix blade. Fire Phoenix blade, come back. Clang! The Fire Phoenix blade, the only weapon the Ice Phoenix clan relied on, flew to Princess Huofeng's side. This made the 7 members of the Ice Phoenix clan extremely angry. One of the elders roared, if the Ice Phoenix clan's sovereign divine weapon was here, you wouldn't have the right to be so presumptuous. Is that so? Princess Huofeng sneered. With a thought, the profound ice divine hammer and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons appeared. Huodahong and the others were shocked. The 4 sovereign divine weapons were in Wu's hands? Meanwhile, Bing Xingyuan and the others were also stunned. Then they were overjoyed. Wasn't this an opportunity right in front of them? Bing Xingyuan came back to his senses and immediately yelled at the profound ice divine hammer and the 4 ruler divine weapons, take down this disrespectful junior. However, the 4 sovereign divine weapons remained motionless, as if they hadn't heard anything. What happened? Everyone was bewildered. How is it? With the profound ice divine hammer and the others around, I can still be impudent. Princess Huofeng sneered. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me? I order you to take her down immediately. Bing Xingyuan looked at the 4 ruler divine weapons and roared furiously. What right do you have to command a sovereign weapon? Is it because you are stronger than them? Or did you create them? How powerful are sovereign divine armaments? Yet, you people are acting as if it's only natural for them to work for you. What makes you think you're qualified to do that? Shouldn't we respect them? Princess Huofeng said angrily. The group of elders and reclusive antiques were rendered speechless. Indeed, whether it was the Feng people or the dragons and Kirins, they all felt that the sovereign divine weapons should listen to their orders. But in reality, what had they done for the sovereign divine weapons? What was their strength in front of the sovereign divine weapons? The sovereign divine weapons had been helping them all along. But they had never felt the slightest bit of gratitude. They felt that it was only right. Speechless? Ashamed? You only know how to take and not give. This is how you behave. By the way, I'm sorry, but the profound ice divine hammer and the others are now my companions. Princess Huofeng sneered and looked at the 4 ruler divine weapons. I feel annoyed just looking at them. Help me get rid of them. Clang! Clang! The 4 ruler divine weapons immediately attacked and killed the 7 members of the Ice Phoenix clan. At the scene, now, only the members of the Fire Phoenix clan were left. Seeing this scene, they couldn't calm down for a long time. After a long time, Huodahong came back to his senses and looked at the profound ice divine hammer and the 4 ruler divine weapons suspiciously. Then he looked at Princess Huofeng and asked, What's going on with them? Grandfather, it's a long story, and we have to thank someone for this. Princess Huofeng smiled. Hu Dahong was surprised. Dai Fuku heard this and couldn't help but feel nervous. They were about to talk about Qin Feiyang. How would everyone react? Princess Huofeng turned to look at the mountain. Hu Dahong and the others also looked suspiciously. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the other two on the mountain, their expressions changed drastically. Qin Feiyang. Madmanimo. It was actually them. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the other two also stepped into the sky and walked toward the group of people. Hu Dahong quivered and looked at Princess Huofeng. Don't tell me you brought them here? I brought them here. Princess Huofeng nodded. You? Hu Dahong's eyes suddenly had a trace of anger. Dahong, suddenly. Next to him, a reclusive old antique pulled Hu Dahong's sleeve. This person's eyes were staring at the blood ancestor, his eyes full of surprise. What are you doing? Hu Dahong was angry. Without even thinking, he directly shook off the reclusive old antique's hand. Quickly look. That reclusive old antique looked at the blood ancestor, his eyes gradually trembling. Noticing this abnormality, not only Hu Dahong, but the others also looked up again. Boom! Immediately, Hu Dahong and the other reclusive old antiques felt like a bolt from the blue, rumbling in their minds. Wearing blood-red clothes, full of murderous aura, this face, this figure, isn't this one of the three great leaders of the human race, the blood ancestor? What's going on? Didn't the blood ancestor die long ago? The four old antiques rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were seeing things. The other 6 elders were surprised. Who was this blood-red clothed old man? How could he make the elders so surprised? Are you surprised that I'm not dead? The blood ancestor snorted coldly. It's really him. Hu Dahong's face suddenly changed and he roared, "Prepare for battle." The 3 reclusive old antiques were also facing a great enemy. Who the hell is he? One of the elders couldn't help but ask. Blood ancestor, Hu Dahong said in a deep voice. What? He's the blood ancestor? The elders' eyes trembled as they looked at the blood ancestor walking towards them. Their bodies and minds trembled uncontrollably. This was a real demon king. An existence comparable to Feng Ho. How could they not be nervous when such a peerless demon king appeared? Grandpa, don't be nervous. They're not enemies. Princess Huofeng saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly said, Are you stupid? The other party is the blood ancestor. How can he not be our enemy? Hu Dahong shouted angrily. This silly granddaughter must have been used by Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor. Clang. Accompanied by a phoenix cry, a fiery red battle axe appeared, and a terrifying divine power swept in all directions. This was the 5th sovereign divine weapon of the Fire Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe. Hu Dahong grabbed the divine axe and shouted, "Fight!" Clang. As Hu Dahong shouted, another reclusive old antique also waved his hand and summoned the divine phoenix spear. The remaining 2 old antiques and a few clan elders also emitted terrifying and monstrous power of law from their bodies. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist raised their eyebrows slightly when they saw this scene. Although Feng Ho had ordered them to get rid of him if they had the chance, there was no need to make such a big fuss the moment they met. A group of ants in the past actually dares to draw their swords against this ancestor? Don't you know that this is an unforgivable act of foolishness? The blood ancestor laughed as his blood-red eyes flashed with a cold light. Senior blood ancestor, please calm down. Princess Huofeng was extremely anxious. Although she had expected this to happen, when it really happened, she still didn't know how to deal with it. Dahong, this is a good opportunity. Although Qin Feiyang is powerful and has the protection of a sovereign divine weapon, we now have 9 sovereign divine weapons. As for the blood ancestor, if his strength has recovered to its peak, then he won't be able to enter the Sky Bell divine treasure. Therefore, I dare say that his strength is not as strong as before. They are all powerful enemies in the future. If we don't get rid of them now, there will be endless trouble in the future. Besides, Feng Ho also has orders. We can't disobey Lord Feng Ho's orders. One of the reclusive old antiques said telepathically. Hearing this, Huodahong made a prompt decision and shouted, "Attack!" Clang! The Fire Phoenix Divine Axe and the Divine Phoenix Spear, the two sovereign divine weapons, immediately attacked Qin Feiyang's group. Or quickly help. After Huodahong said that, he led a few old antiques and a few clan elders and followed the two sovereign divine weapons to attack Qin Feiyang's group. "Grandfather!" Princess Huofeng shouted anxiously. As expected, Daifuku sighed. "They really don't know what death is. It seems that we have no choice but to attack now." Madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. Clang! 8 sovereign divine weapons instantly charged out of Qin Feiyang's body. Why did he say that it was 8 sovereign divine weapons? Because the castle didn't appear. What? Ice Phoenix Sword, Golden Dragon Spear, White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror. What's going on? Aren't these the sovereign divine weapons of the Feng people and the dragons? Why are they with them? Moreover, there are 2 sovereign divine weapons that we have never seen before. The group of people's expressions changed. Princess Huofeng didn't make a move. How could the Divine Phoenix Spear and the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe block the 8 sovereign divine weapons, the Sword of the Grim Reaper? With a loud crack, the 2 sovereign divine weapons shattered on the spot and blasted into the ground in the distance like 2 meteors. They really don't know what death is. At the same time, the Blood Ancestor smiled sinisterly. The law of death surged out and activated instant time. He instantly landed in front of the 2 reclusive old antiques and reached out with both hands. This power of death. The group of people's expressions changed again. Chapter 3729. The Blood Ancestor was like a demon god as he grabbed a reclusive old man with one hand. The terrifying power of death poured into their bodies like a tide. Accompanied by a miserable cry, the 2 of them exploded in the void, and blood stained the sky. "Stop it!" Princess Huofeng roared. But how could the Blood Ancestor stop? The power of death, with him as the center, rolled in all directions. Several elders were drowned by the power of death and died on the spot. He grabbed Huodahong and another reclusive old man by the neck, and the 2 of them were hung in the void like little chicks. So strong. The 2 of them were ashen-faced. Was this the strength of the Blood Ancestor? It was not any weaker than before. "Pay the price for your stupid actions." The Blood Ancestor laughed. The other reclusive old man was drowned by the power of death, and his body and soul were directly shattered in the void. His method was extremely bloody. "Huodahong, back then, you were a little reptile who was scared to death when you saw me. Now, you actually dare to attack me. I really don't know where you borrowed the courage from." The Blood Ancestor looked at Huodahong again. Apart from Princess Huofeng and Daifuku, Huodahong was the only one left among the Feng people. Like the dragons, it could be announced that they were all wiped out. Princess Huofeng saw this and bowed. "Senior Blood Ancestor, he is my grandfather. Please be merciful." Originally, she wanted to use the sovereign divine weapon to deter him. But thinking of the Blood Ancestor's temper, if she used the sovereign divine weapon to deter him, it would probably be counterproductive. In short, the Blood Ancestor was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not by force. If you want to use force, he will be stronger, harder, and more terrifying than you. The Blood Ancestor glanced at Princess Huofeng, then looked at Huodahong and sneered. "You should be glad that you have such a sensible granddaughter. Otherwise, even if the gods come down now, they won't be able to save you." After saying that, the Blood Ancestor let go of his hand. "Thank you, Senior Blood Ancestor." Princess Huofeng smiled gratefully, ran to Huodahong, and asked with concern, "Grandfather, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Huodahong waved his hand and took a few deep breaths to calm the fear in his heart. He looked up at the Blood Ancestor, his eyes filled with dread. Whoosh! At this moment, the broken Divine Phoenix Spear and Fire Phoenix Divine Axe also flew over. Looking at the 8 sovereign divine weapons in front of Qin Feiyang, they were also shocked. Unexpectedly, this young human actually already possessed such a terrifying foundation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the sovereign weapons returned to his sea of energy. Looking at Huodahong, he smiled and said, "Senior, would you mind listening to our conversation?" Speak. Hua Dahong smiled bitterly. What else could he do? What else could he do? What made him feel the most helpless was that he didn't know what kind of magic potion Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo had fed his granddaughter, making her keep speaking up for them. We really didn't come to Longhu Mountain Range to become your enemy. Furthermore, we can be said to be completely devoted to this granddaughter of yours. Of course. We will also remember her kindness to us. So, no matter what happens in the future, at least for now, I really don't want us to fight to the death in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Hua Dahong turned his head and looked at Princess Huofeng. Princess Huofeng nodded. Hua Dahong sighed as he looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and said, But have you ever thought about what kind of punishment Wu will face when she returns to the Phoenix Nest? If you really want what's best for her, you should stay away from her. We'll talk about the future later. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're quite carefree. But what about Wu? The clan elders and ancestors all died at the hands of you and Wu. Right now, the souls they left outside might have already gone to complain to the Phoenix Empress. If Feng Ho is furious, not only will Wu be punished, I'm afraid Wu's father and I won't be able to get away with it. Worse, we might even lose our lives. Hua Dahong shook his head and sighed. His old face was filled with worry. Daifku was the same. If such a day really comes, this junior won't just sit by and watch. Furthermore, Feng Ho only cares about her own benefits. When the time comes, bring back more law miniatures or sovereign divine weapons. Maybe she won't punish you and might even praise you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Hua Dahong pondered for a while and shook his head. I hope so. Grandfather, everything will be fine when the time comes. Don't worry so much, okay? Furthermore, Qin Feiyang and the others have indeed helped me a lot. The Mystic Ice Divine Bow and the 4 Sovereign Divine Weapons were subdued by Qin Feiyang. They have already made a blood oath and will only listen to me. Right now, even Lord Feng Ho can't control them. Also, Qin Feiyang gave me a law of fire miniatures. Princess Huofeng said. Blood oath? Law of fire miniatures? Hua Dahong was shocked. Princess Huofeng nodded and said secretly, To tell you the truth, the dragons have also been wiped out. Only Long Chen is left now. Long Chen doesn't have any hostility towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Even Long Chen doesn't care about the Dragon King's orders. Why are you so stubborn? Furthermore, there's a good saying. When a general is outside, he won't obey military orders. Especially when we're fighting with Qin Feiyang and the others in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it's better to work together and find more law of fire miniatures and sovereign divine weapons. This way, when we face the Divine Kingdom in the future, the Feng people will have more confidence. For this somewhat stubborn old man in front of her, Princess Fire Phoenix could be said to be earnestly persuading him. When Hua Dahong heard this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and nodded. All right, let's cooperate, but you can't bully others too much. In the future, the divine objects we obtain must be divided equally. Of course. Qin Feiyang smiled. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? You had to force this ancestor to take action. Not only did I wipe out your Feng people, but I also damaged the harmony between us. What a loss, isn't it? Blood Ancestor sneered. Hua Dahong laughed bitterly. He thought that this was an opportunity to easily get rid of these 3 people, but who would have thought that the other party would have so many sovereign divine weapons? What's going on with the Ice Phoenix Sword and the Golden Dragon Spear? Suddenly, Hua Dahong looked at Princess Huofeng and asked. Obviously, they have all submitted to Qin Feiyang. Princess Huofeng smiled bitterly. What? Hua Dahong was dumbfounded. It's all Bing Runing's fault. Why did she have to provoke this fierce person? In the future, if Feng Ho really wants to pursue this matter, Bing Runing will not be able to escape punishment for losing the Ice Phoenix Sword. Princess Huofeng secretly snorted. It seems that the dragons have suffered a greater loss than us. When the Dragon King finds out about this, he will probably go crazy with anger. Hua Dahong shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Hua Dahong and asked, Old Senior, I saw that all of you returned with injuries. Did you encounter some trouble? We did encounter some trouble. Not long after we arrived here, we found 2 sovereign divine weapons. Originally, we were confident that we would win and went to suppress them, but we didn't expect that they would call for another helper. This helper is also a sovereign divine weapon. All these years, we have been entangled with them. He Dahong said irritably. Haven't you subdued it yet? Princess Huofeng asked. He Dahong shook his head. That's impossible. The Fire Phoenix Saber, the Divine Phoenix Spear, and the Divine Phoenix Axe are 3 sovereign divine weapons. In addition, you and the other 3 ancestors should not have been entangled for so long. Princess Huofeng frowned. Although we all have ultimate intents, we can only help from the side. If those 3 sovereign divine weapons want to escape, the Fire Phoenix Saber and the others won't be able to stop them. Moreover, they also have other helpers. He Dahong said. Other helpers? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. 2 powerhouses that have condensed physical bodies. And 10 purple gold skeletons. As for the other skeletons, there are too many to count. When we returned, they chased us for half a day. He Dahong shook his head and sighed. Condensed physical bodies. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. The blood ancestor had said that skeletons that had condensed physical bodies were existences that had grasped the ultimate intents of an ordinary law. Where are they now? Madman asked. Not far. In a mountain in the southeast direction. It's at most a day's journey. He Dahong said. A day's journey. Madman's eyes flickered as he looked at He Dahong and said, The Feng people only have the 3 of you left now. No one will come to the Longhu mountain range again. Why don't we kill our way over now? That's right. He Dahong slapped his head. Now that the Feng people's sovereign divine weapons had arrived, coupled with the 8 sovereign divine weapons in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, wouldn't it be easy to suppress those 3 sovereign divine weapons? He Dahong took out a divine life pill and threw it into his mouth. He looked at the others and said, Then let's go. We must take them down and make up for the losses of the Feng people. Since they had lost the Ice Phoenix sword, they naturally had to make up for it. Then lead the way. Blood Ancestor's eyes flickered. The 3 sovereign divine weapons were a force that couldn't be underestimated. Once they were subdued, the success rate of rescuing the 3 sovereign divine weapons would undoubtedly be higher. Immediately, under He Dahong's lead, the group sped toward the southeast. A day passed in a flash. The next day, a huge mountain entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Looking around, there were traces of battle left behind everywhere, and skeletons could be clearly seen in the broken mountains. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 10,000 skeletons. There were skeletons of fierce beasts. There were also human-shaped skeletons. There were white skeletons, red skeletons, and golden skeletons. Just ahead, He Dahong pointed ahead and said in a deep voice, So many skeletons? Kiki, this is really a gift from the heavens to this ancestor. Blood Ancestor smiled coldly. Activating the instant time, he took the lead and charged forward. The Law of Slaughter roared out and surged towards the skeletons in front of him. Chapter 3730. What is he trying to do? He Dahong and Daifuku were bewildered. Qin Feiyang, Madman, and Princess Huofeng looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What else could he do? Of course, he was devouring the souls of these skeletons. But to be honest, the Blood Ancestor's method was really enviable. He didn't even need to comprehend the ultimate meaning himself. Who is it? As soon as the Blood Ancestor's murderous aura appeared, the skeletons in the mountain in front suddenly became chaotic. The person who wants your lives. The Blood Ancestor laughed. The Law of Slaughter turned into a blood-red sea, covering the sky and the sun. Any skeleton that was submerged by the Law of Slaughter was instantly crushed. Even the golden skeleton couldn't resist. And between the Blood Ancestor's eyebrows, a blood-red vortex appeared. A bloody hand stretched out and crazily grew, covering the sky and the earth. All the souls of the undead were devoured. There's actually such a method? Daifuku looked at this scene in horror. Sure enough, he's an out-and-out old devil. He Dahong whispered. Obviously, he wasn't too unfamiliar with this method. Who is so blind to come here and cause trouble? Accompanied by a purple-golden divine light, purple-gold skeletons came out of the mountain one by one. Just in time. Hand over the souls of the undead to me. The blood ancestor went crazy. What? His law of slaughter seems to have reached the level of the ultimate meaning. Looking at the murderous blood ancestor, the purple-gold skeletons that rushed out immediately turned around and fled for their lives. How could the blood ancestor let these purple-gold skeletons go so easily? One had to know. The undead souls of the purple-gold skeletons contained far more law of slaughter than the golden skeletons. For him, the purple-gold skeletons were the real tonic. In an instant, the blood ancestor chased after them like lightning. The law of slaughter swept out, crushing the group of purple-gold skeletons and devouring the souls of the undead. Awesome. The blood ancestor's face was full of enjoyment, as if he was smoking a cigarette. You actually dare to come here and slaughter people? You must be tired of living. As the two of them roared, the man and beast flew over murderously. Their auras shook the heavens and earth. They are the two experts who have condensed their physical bodies. Huidahong said. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked over. That person was a middle-aged man. He was 3 meters tall and his upper body was naked. His skin was dark and his muscles were as hard as fists. They were filled with explosive power. That was a living giant. As for that ferocious beast, it was an enormous tiger several tens of meters tall. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black fur, and its wash-basin-sized ferocious eyes were emitting an astonishingly ominous glint. It seems that the ultimate profundities they've grasped should be the law of strength and the law of darkness. Madman muttered. That's right. In terms of strength, they are not inferior to this old man in the slightest. However, in front of the blood ancestor, they are nothing. Huidahong said. As expected, the blood ancestor looked at the human and beast with disdain. Boom! The power of death surged out, and the world instantly turned into hell. The power of death surged, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Damn it! Why is there such a terrifying human expert here? When the human and beast saw the power of death surging towards them, their expressions changed. They immediately turned around and activated their escape mode. Escape? The blood ancestor smiled contemptuously. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. A terrifying power of death surged out from his fingertips like a volcanic eruption and gathered in the sky above. In just an instant, the power of death flooded the sky within a radius of billions of meters. It was as if the sky was covered in clouds formed by demonic energy. The earth immediately fell into darkness. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up at the sky, because they knew that the ultimate profundities of the law of death were about to officially appear. Clang. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, a vast aura and a monstrous demonic aura spread out in the sky. Immediately after, a behemoth tore through the sky and appeared in the clouds. What is that? Madman was surprised. That behemoth was like a black world with a total of 18 layers. It was as if 18 worlds were stacked together. Each layer was different. There was a sea of fire. There was a mountain of blades. There was a demon king roaring. There was a ferocious ghost roaring between the clouds. It looked like an illusion. It was very unreal. This is the ultimate profundities of the law of death, the 18 layers of hell. Huidahong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with desire. 18 layers of hell? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. It turned out that each of the 18 layers was a piece of hell. With the appearance of the 18 layers of hell, it was as if the underworld had reappeared in the world. The entire sky was filled with images of gods and demons. The king of hell who ruled over hell. The king of hell who ruled over Yellow Spring. There were also countless ferocious and frightening ghost gods and ghost kings. The gods and demons appeared together to suppress all living beings in the world. Not to mention the human and beast, even Qin Feiyang and the other four felt an uncontrollable fear in their hearts. It was as if at this moment, the legendary underworld had really appeared above their heads. The blood ancestor laughed sinisterly. As he waved his hand, the 18 layers of hell suddenly erupted with a shocking demonic power. It carried the phantoms of gods and demons that filled the sky and suppressed the human and beast. No! The human and beast roared, their eyes filled with despair. The aura of death directly drowned their courage and fighting spirit, leaving only fear in their hearts. Boom! As the 18 layers of hell fell, the human and beast let out a shrill scream as their bodies were shattered in the void one after another. Their physical bodies were also very strong. They were at the supremacy level. Even so, under the 18 layers of hell, they were as weak as rotten wood. At the same time, the bloody hand between the blood ancestor's eyebrows quickly reached out and grabbed the souls of the human and beast. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene in astonishment. The human and beast had already condensed flesh and blood, so they should be considered divine souls. Since they were divine souls, they were naturally no different from ordinary people. But how could the blood ancestor devour them? The 18 layers of hell didn't disappear, and demonic power enveloped all directions. The blood ancestor didn't even need to make a move. The phantoms of gods and demons that filled the sky were like ruthless gods of death, wiping out countless skeletons. This is the ultimate meaning of the law of death. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or the mad scientist, they couldn't help but be fascinated, because they both grasped the law of death. They hadn't seen it with their own eyes before, so it wasn't a big deal. But at this moment, when they saw the terror of the ultimate meaning of the law of death, their hearts were filled with an unprecedented desire. However, in contrast, the mad scientist was even more anxious. Because Qin Feiyang now at least had the epitome of the law of life and death, but the mad scientist didn't even have the epitome, let alone the ultimate meaning. To grasp the ultimate meaning, the first condition was to comprehend the epitome of the law of death or find the epitome of the law of death. Otherwise, everything was just a dream. Chapter 37-31. Boom! Just as the blood ancestor was about to unleash a massacre, 3 earth-shattering explosions sounded from the depths of the mountain. In the next moment, 3 terrifying God realm auras surged forth like a tidal wave. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It's them. Huodahong stared at the depths of the mountain, his eyes flashing. Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, Princess Huofeng, and Daifuku immediately looked up. At the same time, the blood ancestor also looked up, his eyes filled with blood-red light. Rumble, not long after. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, 3 beams of divine light shot out from the depths of the mountain and entered their vision. There were 3 divine artifacts. The first was a giant cauldron. It was 1,000 feet wide and was completely black and gray. Mountains, rivers, and all living things were engraved on it, and it emitted a dazzling divine light. The second was an ancient mirror. It was the size of a wash basin and had a gray frame with complicated runes carved on it. The surface of the mirror was the color of ice, as if it was formed from fragments of time and space. The third item was a pitch-black demonic pearl. The reason it was called a demonic pearl was because it emitted a shocking demonic aura. It was the size of an adult's fist and as black as ink. There was also a dragon snake-like beast totem on it. These 3 divine artifacts are the cauldron of all creation, the void mirror, and the illusory demonic pearl. The cauldron of all creation has the ability to contain all things. You can think of it as a spatial divine artifact, but its power cannot be underestimated. The void mirror and the illusory demonic pearl also have heaven-defying powers. Huodahong said. The Feng people had suffered greatly at the hands of these 3 divine artifacts over the years, so they knew them like the back of their hands. Even if they have heaven-defying powers, they can't stop us. Daifuku smiled. He had absolute confidence. After all, even they had 9 divine artifacts, not to mention Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor was strong enough to fight against a divine artifact. Human, you're courting death. The universal cauldron and the 3 divine ruler weapons attacked the blood ancestor's ultimate intent, the 18 levels of hell. With the 3 sovereign weapons working together, it was naturally a one-sided battle. With a loud bang, The 18 levels of hell collapsed on the spot, turning into a terrifying force of death that flooded in all directions. However, to the 3 sovereign divine weapons, the power of death posed no threat at all. The ultimate profundity of the laws of death? A ruthless character has indeed come this time. But in our territory, even if you are a dragon, you still have to obediently lie down for us. After destroying the 18 layers of hell, the 3 sovereign divine weapons sneered as they charged toward the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor laughed. This ancestor has always been arrogant, but I didn't think that there would be someone even more arrogant than this ancestor today. Who do you think you are? You still dare to call yourself this ancestor? The 3 sovereigns' divine weapons were extremely disdainful. What if we join in? The Fire Phoenix Divine Axe and the Divine Phoenix Spear appeared in Hua Dahong's hand. Is this the helper you called? The 3 sovereign divine weapons asked when they saw Hua Dahong. You're only allowed to call helpers? Hua Dahong sneered. Senior brother, let's go. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he activated the concealment art and circled behind the 3 sovereign divine weapons with frenzy. Princess Huofeng glanced at the void where Qin Feiyang and Frenzy had disappeared, then looked at Daifuku and smiled. Let's go and help too. Okay. Daifuku nodded. With the eldest princess here, he was full of confidence. The 2 of them also rushed to the Blood Ancestor and Hua Dahong's side. There are 2 more minions? The 3 sovereigns of the Myriad Cauldron were stunned. Minions? The corners of Princess Huofeng's mouth rose as the Fire Phoenix blade appeared. She looked at Daifuku and said, "For you to defend yourself." "Thank you, Your Highness." Daifuku didn't stand on ceremony. In the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, only with a sovereign divine weapon would one have the ability to protect themselves. That's right. They could only protect themselves. If you thought that with a sovereign divine weapon, you could do whatever you wanted in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure and sweep through everything, you were gravely mistaken. After handing the Fire Phoenix blade to Daifuku, Princess Huofeng looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and chuckled. Now, I'll show you the strength of a small fry like me. Clang! As soon as she finished speaking, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, Fire Phoenix Sword, Black Ice Divine Hammer, Black Ice Divine Bow, Black Sky Divine Sword, and Black Sky Fan all appeared in an instant. The 6 sovereign divine weapons were like 6 gods descending to the mortal world. The 3 sovereign divine weapons were so frightened that they immediately turned and fled. What kind of joke was this? 9 sovereign divine weapons and a human who had grasped the ultimate intent. This was a situation where they could crush them. They couldn't understand why the other party had brought so many sovereign divine weapons. However, just as the 3 sovereign divine weapons turned and fled, 2 more humans appeared in the void in front of them. They were Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, who had gone behind them. There are more people? But they don't seem to be very strong. They don't have a sovereign divine weapon either. Let's kill them. The 3 divine weapons of the sovereigns were also ruthless characters. With just a single word of disagreement, they attacked Qin Feiyang and his companion. You think we're easy to bully again? Frenzy was stunned. You're obviously looking down on us. Can you bear it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course not. Frenzy laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled. The 8 sovereign divine weapons, including the Sword of Thanatos, appeared one after another. What the hell? The Myriad Cauldron, Void Mirror, and Illusory Demon Orb immediately came to a halt. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Who the hell were these people? 8 or 9 sovereign divine weapons at the drop of a hat. How are they going to let them live? How dare you look down on us? Where did you get the courage? Frenzy's face was full of disdain. Don't be rash. We can talk this out. Surrounded by more than a dozen sovereign divine weapons, the 3 sovereign divine weapons were terrified to the extreme. We're not rash. But you guys, don't be rash. Otherwise, you'll end up being crushed. Princess Huofeng laughed. Good. We admit defeat. How about this? We'll give you 3 law miniatures and let us leave. The Myriad Cauldron said fearfully. What? 3 law miniatures? Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Thinking back, they had only found 2 law miniatures in all these years. One was the law of slaughter and the other was the law of fire. But now, this myriad cauldron actually wanted to give them 3 law miniatures at once? This was truly an unexpected surprise. Not only could they subdue 3 sovereign divine weapons, but they could also obtain 3 law miniatures. This was a huge profit. Frenzy asked calmly, "What law miniatures? We won't be interested in ordinary ones." "Of course you'll be interested in them, because there's an ultimate law miniatures." The myriad cauldron said. "Ultimate law." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Their eyes revealed a trace of desire. The myriad cauldron said, "Death law, wind law, war law, 3 miniatures." Death law. Frenzy's eyes trembled. Wasn't this the law miniatures that he had been longing for? Moreover, they could also use the war law and wind law miniatures. The myriad cauldron tempted, "As long as you're willing to let us go, this lord will immediately give it to you." "What? Are you threatening us? If we don't let you go, you won't give it to us?" Frenzy's brows twitched when he heard this. No, it's just a discussion, just a discussion." The myriad cauldron smiled flatteringly. "There's no room for discussion. If you don't give it to us, then you can take the law miniatures and go to hell together." Frenzy sneered. Let's talk nicely. It's not easy for everyone, there's no need to make a fuss like this." The 3 sovereign divine weapons begged for mercy. "There's nothing to talk about. If you want to live, you can only submit to us and obediently hand over the law miniatures." Frenzy snorted coldly. "Fine, we will submit." The 3 sovereign divine weapons answered straightforwardly. What? For a moment, it was Qin Feiyang and the others who were caught off guard. They thought that they would have to spend a lot of effort, but they didn't expect it to go so smoothly. They directly nodded and agreed to submit. Could it be a trick? Princess Huofeng transmitted her voice. "It's indeed a little strange. Could it be that they are pretending to submit and are preparing to quickly escape when we're not paying attention?" Frenzy secretly thought. If that's the case, then their wishful thinking is wrong. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled, looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and said with a smile, "Then make a blood oath to be loyal to us forever, never betray us, and obey our words unconditionally." Blood oath? The 3 sovereign divine weapons were stunned. "It's also a kind of oath." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The 3 sovereign divine weapons immediately mocked in their hearts. They were already peak sovereign divine weapons, yet they still believed in oaths? Weren't they childish and naive? Qin Feiyang moved closer to Frenzy's ear and whispered, "Senior brother, I'll have to trouble you to capture a human-shaped skeleton and bring it over." The madman rolled his eyes and chuckled. "All right." After saying that, he used the ghost steps and turned around to rush down the mountain. "Hurry up." Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and urged. "Wait, Qin Feiyang, shouldn't we discuss how to distribute them first?" Huo Dahong suddenly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "Old senior, shouldn't we first subdue them and then slowly discuss how to distribute them? What if something unexpected happened midway? So if they could be subdued, it was best to do so immediately." Huo Dahong said, "This old man knows your concerns, but now we have more than a dozen sovereign divine weapons. What can happen? How do you think we should distribute them?" Qin Feiyang nodded and asked. Since they were so impatient, it seemed like they didn't trust him at all. Huo Dahong shook his head and said, "There are only 3 sovereign divine weapons now. To be honest, this old man also doesn't know how to distribute them. If I give you 2, the Feng people seem to be at a disadvantage. If you give the Feng people 2, then you definitely won't be willing." Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a shocking fiendish aura surged toward Huo Dahong like a tide. Chapter 37-32. Huo Dahong immediately looked at the blood ancestor. Because this murderous aura came from the blood ancestor. Qin Feiyang, Princess Huofeng, and Daifuku also looked at the blood ancestor suspiciously. Why did he suddenly flip out? The blood ancestor looked at Huo Dahong, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Am I just air in your eyes?" Huo Dahong panicked and hurriedly said, "What do you mean? How dare I treat you like heir? The blood ancestor said angrily, if I'm not heir, why didn't you include my share? Am I not worthy of having a sovereign divine weapon? This, Huidahong looked at the blood ancestor in shock. So it was because of this. But wasn't the blood ancestor and Qin Feiyang together? Why did he want to have a share? Wasn't he deliberately taking advantage of the blood ancestor? The blood ancestor sneered and said, do you think I should only have one spot because I'm with Qin Feiyang? Shouldn't that be the case? Huidahong asked. What a joke. Qin Feiyang is Qin Feiyang, and I'm not the same. How can we be the same? The blood ancestor said angrily. But you're both humans, Huidahong hurriedly explained. Yes. Indeed, we are all humans. But we are from two different eras. We are not related at all. So, of course I have to be separated from him and take one spot each. What? You're not convinced? The blood ancestor laughed. Huidahong clenched his hands. Wasn't this bullying? Grandpa. Actually, Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor aren't as close as you think. He only found out about the blood ancestor's identity in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. They used to have a grudge against each other. So, it's not appropriate to put them together. Princess Huofeng said telepathically. What's wrong with that? They're both humans. Besides, the blood ancestor and Qin Feiyang's ancestor were brothers. I say, girl, why do you always speak up for an outsider? I can't tell that Grandpa is fighting for the interests of the Feng people. Huidahong angrily glared at Princess Huofeng. I know. But we do have to be reasonable. Princess Huofeng said. Huidahong really didn't know what to do with his granddaughter. It was said that a married woman was like spilled water. But now, wasn't she still unmarried? How could he help an outsider? Wait a minute. Why would this old man think that? Could it be? Huidahong looked at Princess Huofeng in surprise and asked, do you like Qin Feiyang? Princess Huofeng looked at Huidahong. The old man's imagination was too rich. You don't like Qin Feiyang? Huidahong frowned and asked again, then do you like lunatics? Grandpa, can you stop talking nonsense? Princess Huofeng was speechless. You don't like them either? Then why are you so protective of them? Huidahong was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. I'm not protecting them. I just feel that we shouldn't push our luck. If the blood ancestor didn't mention it, we can pretend that we don't know. But now that he has, we should give him a place. Princess Huofeng said telepathically. Huidahong said angrily, do you know that even if we give it to the blood ancestor, Qin Feiyang will benefit in the end? He has the right to give it to whoever he wants. However, the blood ancestor might not give it to Qin Feiyang. After all, he also needs to increase his strength. Princess Huofeng thought. But I can't win against you. I'll leave it to you in the future. I don't want to suffer from your anger if I don't do a good job. Huidahong waved his hand, looking quite annoyed. Princess Huofeng smiled bitterly and looked at the blood ancestor. Senior blood ancestor, I apologize on behalf of my grandpa. You're a sensible girl. The blood ancestor nodded in satisfaction, and the murderous aura dissipated. At the same time, the cauldron, the void mirror, and the illusory demon orb watched Qin Feiyang and the others argue endlessly. They couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. What was there to argue about? Did they really think that they would obediently submit? A bunch of ignorant idiots. Qin Feiyang looked at Huidahong and smiled. In that case, we'll each have one of the 3 sovereign divine weapons. I choose the cauldron of creation. I choose the illusory demon orb. The blood ancestor said. Then we can only choose the void mirror. Princess Huofeng smiled. They were all sovereign divine weapons anyway. It didn't matter who they chose. Swear to the people you're loyal to. Qin Feiyang told the 3 sovereign divine weapons how to make a blood oath. The 3 sovereign divine weapons were also quite nimble, and they swore the blood oath in unison. It was worth mentioning that, when the void mirror made the blood oath, just like the profound ice divine hammer and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons, it was only loyal to Princess Fire Phoenix. Huidahong and Feng Ho had nothing to do with the void mirror. This was also Qin Feiyang's intention. As long as the white-eyed wolf could deal with this woman, The sovereign divine weapons by Princess Hofrung's side would be equivalent to theirs. In the end, it would not fall into the hands of Feng Ho. After making the blood oath, the 3 sovereign divine weapons watched the seal descend. They couldn't help but be surprised. What was going on? Why would the heavens descend? Now, don't think about anything for the time being. I'll put on a good show for you later. I'm not joking with you. If you don't listen to me, you will be destroyed. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and said, "Destruction of both body and soul?" The 3 sovereign divine weapons were surprised. Although they were suspected of scaring them, looking at Qin Feiyang's serious expression, they couldn't help but feel inexplicably flustered. Boom! At this time, a battle fluctuation came from afar. Obviously, Madman had found the skeleton and was trying his best to capture it. After a while, the battle fluctuation disappeared. So, Madman came back with a blood-colored skeleton that was on the verge of death. Qin Feiyang also forced the blood-colored skeleton to make a blood oath. Moreover, the conditions of the blood oath were quite harsh. The slightest thought of disobeying would be punished by the heavens. When Madman let go of the blood-colored skeleton, the blood-colored skeleton immediately fled. But it didn't escape far. Blood clouds covered the sky, and a heavenly tribulation descended. The blood-colored skeleton screamed on the spot and turned into ashes. What? The universal cauldron, the void mirror, and the illusory demon orb all looked at this scene in shock. Did you see that? This is the result of violating the blood oath. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. How is that possible? The 3 sovereign divine weapons couldn't believe it. It was actually an oath that would come true? Give up on your thoughts. If it weren't for the blood oath, do you think we would work for this bastard? Gold Sun Divine Sword and Silver Moon Divine Sword sneered. You guys are also controlled? The 3 sovereign divine weapons were surprised. Otherwise, the 2 sovereign divine swords sighed deeply. So what if it comes true? We are sovereign divine weapons. How can a mere heavenly tribulation destroy us? The 3 sovereign divine weapons were silent for a long time before roaring unwillingly. Then you can give it a try. The 2 of us can confirm it. If you really can't hurt our sovereign divine weapons, we will immediately break up with Qin Feiyang. The 2 sovereign divine swords laughed. Why don't you try? The 3 divine weapons of the sovereigns were so angry that they exploded like thunder. We are not as courageous as you. The 2 sovereign divine swords flattered. Get lost. The 3 sovereign divine weapons snorted coldly. What a joke. This was a matter of life and death. How could they casually try? If the heavenly tribulation could really destroy them, wouldn't they be courting death? Even if they wanted to try, they couldn't take the risk themselves. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and hand over the law miniature. Frenzy stretched out his hand, his eyes full of desire. The universal cauldron sighed and transmitted its voice to the void mirror and illusory demon orb. Let's follow them first. In the future, we will find a chance to let the other sovereign divine weapons try. The void mirror responded. Don't we have an old enemy? Why don't we take these people to find it and use it to test the power of the blood oath? Suddenly, the illusory demon orb said. Each of them was a cunning old fox. None of them were good people. Makes sense. If the power of the blood oath is really that strong, we won't lose anything. Instead, we can use this opportunity to get rid of an enemy. In that case, let's not give them the law miniature for the time being. The 3 sovereign divine weapons immediately came to an agreement. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, compared to the law miniature, there's something more important for you. They were loyal to Qin Feiyang, the blood ancestor, and Princess Hofrung, so even if they disobeyed Frenzy and didn't take out the law miniature, they wouldn't be punished. What is it? Qin Feiyang and the others were curious. The universal cauldron said, there's another sovereign divine weapon nearby. Really? They were pleasantly surprised. Do we still dare to lie to you? It's absolutely true. As long as you nod, we'll take you there now. The universal cauldron said temptingly. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way. Frenzy urged. These surprises really came one after another. Follow us. After saying that, the universal cauldron, the void mirror, and the illusory demon orb took the lead and flew forward. Qin Feiyang and the others also put away their sovereign divine weapons and chased after them under the blood ancestor's lead. Old Qin, why do I feel like these three are also scammers? Frenzy muttered. Who told them to be sovereign divine weapons? If they're scammers, so be it. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. No matter how much of a scammer the sovereign divine weapons were, they could only accept it. They couldn't destroy them just because of their personalities, right? What a pity. About 2 days passed. Finally, they saw a lake. The lake was calm, and the lake was dead silent. It was difficult to see a skeleton nearby. However, at the bottom of the lake, they could feel a terrifying aura from afar. It's at the bottom of the lake. However, this guy's personality is a bit arrogant, so it won't be easy to subdue it. You have to be mentally prepared. The universal cauldron stopped outside and said, "If you don't submit, you'll die." Frenzy laughed. When the three divine weapons of the sovereigns heard this, they chuckled secretly. Then, their divine auras burst forth and surged toward the lake. Chapter 37-33. Boom. As the three sovereign divine weapons arrived, the lake was torn apart. The water in the lake disappeared in an instant, and dust billowed. "It's you again!" An angry roar sounded. A battle sword that was imbued with the power to annihilate heaven and earth charged out from the dust cloud toward the three sovereign divine weapons. The battle sword was 2 meters long and 5 fingers wide. The thickness of the sword was 2 centimeters, and it was completely black. It was a heavy sword. There was no blade on it, but it was no weaker than the other sovereign divine weapons. Don't be rash, don't be rash. We're not the ones looking for you this time. It's these humans. The three sovereign divine weapons quickly explained. Humans? The heavy sword finally noticed Qin Feiyang and the others. Yes. They want you to submit and work for them. The cauldron of all things said. What? Work for them? The heavy sword was furious. Its divine will shrouded Qin Feiyang and the others as it sneered. How dare trash like you have any ideas about me? You don't know what's good for you. Trash. The blood patriarch raised his brows upon hearing this. The 18 layers of hell, the ultimate intent of the law of death, appeared and unleashed an apocalyptic might toward the heavy sword. Ultimate intent. The heavy sword was shocked and immediately stopped underestimating it. Numerous strands of sword chi seemed to have transformed into an enormous wave that tore through the heavens and the earth as it smashed down towards the 18 levels of hell. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the two shattered in the void and a terrifying destructive power swept in all directions. Clang. At the same time, the sword of Thanatos and the fire phoenix sword appeared and released their power to protect Qin Feiyang and the others. What? There are sovereign divine weapons? The heavy sword was shocked. It felt that the situation didn't seem right. Bastard! You're here to trick me! Suddenly, the heavy sword roared at the cauldron of all things and immediately turned around to escape. The three sovereign divine weapons snickered. They seemed to have expected that the heavy sword would escape. Therefore, they were prepared to surround it and block its path. What are you doing? The heavy sword roared. Since you know that we're here to trick you, why don't you submit? The void mirror chuckled. Bastards, I will fight you to the death today. The heavy sword was enraged, and it attacked the three sovereign weapons in a frenzy. The three sovereign divine weapons harumphed coldly and unleashed their full power to attack the heavy sword. With a loud bang, the heavy sword was blasted away, and cracks appeared on its body. Don't tell me you've already submitted to them? The heavy sword asked. Why else would we bring them here? The illusory demon orb cackled. It actually submitted to a group of humans. This is a disgrace to our dominator divine weapon. The heavy sword roared. Shim? The three sovereign divine weapons were enraged as well, and they charged forward in a frenzy. The blood ancestor sneered coldly. He once again activated his ultimate intent and attacked the heavy sword. Looking at the majestic blood ancestor, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. How great would it be if they could fight against a sovereign weapon like this? Especially Hua Dahong. The gap between him and the blood ancestor was the smallest. They were only one ultimate law away. However, even though it was only a step away, it was like a natural chasm that he couldn't cross. Perhaps he would never be able to cross it in his entire life. So right now, what he needed the most was a miniature version of an ultimate law. The battle lasted for several hundred breaths. Faced with the absolute suppression of 4 against 1, the heavy sword broke into pieces on the spot with a cracking sound. How is it? The void mirror smiled smugly. I'd rather die than submit. The heavy sword harumphed coldly. You have backbone. But that's not up to you. The blood ancestor and the 3 sovereign divine weapons forcibly brought the heavy sword to Qin Feiyang's side. Don't be nervous. We'll treat you well. Qin Feiyang looked at the heavy sword with a smile, as if he were abducting a child. Kill me or torture me, do as you please. The heavy sword was unyielding and resolutely refused to compromise. Don't be so rash. Isn't it good to keep it alive? To tell you the truth, he just wants you to swear allegiance to him. Just deal with it for now. The void mirror and the 3 sovereign divine weapons secretly instigated. Swear? The heavy sword was stunned. It's just a mere oath. What are you afraid of? The 3 sovereign divine weapons secretly said. That's true. The heavy sword pondered for a moment, then said to Qin Feiyang, Fine, I'll submit, but I have a condition. Qin Feiyang looked at the heavy sword in surprise. Why did it suddenly change its mind? He asked, What condition? The heavy sword said, Let those 3 bastards be my lackeys in the future. Old thing, you're a bit unethical. You actually want to take advantage of us? The 3 sovereign divine weapons said angrily. I'm unethical? How can you have the face to say that? Who's the one trying to trick me now? The heavy sword roared. The 3 sovereign divine weapons trembled in anger. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He looked at the heavy sword and said, I can promise you, but the premise is that you have to make a blood oath. After all, your sovereign divine weapons are too powerful. I don't dare to believe your nonsense. What? It's a blood oath. The heavy sword exclaimed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's going on? Looking at its reaction, it turned out that this sovereign divine weapon knew about the blood oath. The 3 sovereign divine weapons were also stunned. They transmitted, Old man, how do you know about the blood oath? But the heavy sword ignored them, and it didn't answer Qin Feiyang, remaining silent. After a long time, the heavy sword asked, Do you know a golden-robed young man? Golden-robed young man? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other, and they recalled in their minds. Golden-robed young man. They didn't seem to have seen any golden-robed young man before. The first prince of the dragons wore a golden robe, but this person didn't seem to have entered the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. Wait. Madman's eyes trembled as he transmitted his voice. Could it be the white-eyed wolf? The white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang immediately shivered. That's right. Wasn't the white-eyed wolf a golden-robed young man after turning into a human form? Is it him? Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and formed the human form of the white-eyed wolf. It's him. The heavy sword replied. Princess Huofeng, Daifuku, Hua Dahong and the blood ancestor all looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously, because they had never seen the human form of the white-eyed wolf. And although Daifuku, Hua Dahong and Princess Huofeng had seen it on Sky Cloud Island, they didn't know it was the white-eyed wolf. Then they looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Hearing the heavy sword's answer, the 2 couldn't help but become excited. They finally found the whereabouts of the white-eyed wolf and asked, Where did you see him? A few years ago in the Fallen Canyon. The heavy sword said. The Fallen Canyon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Where was that? The heavy sword said, The Fallen Canyon is in the northeast. It's half a month's journey from here. Qin Feiyang turned to the blood ancestor and asked, Ancestor, do you know? The Sky Bell Divine Treasury is so big. I don't know every place. The blood ancestor shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the heavy sword again and asked, So, you saw the blood oath at his place? The white-eyed wolf naturally knew about the blood oath. The blood oath wasn't a secret technique that needed to be cultivated. As long as you knew the method, you could master it. For example, Madman, Princess Huofeng, the blood ancestor, Daifuku, and Huodahong all knew how to make the blood oath. After all, 2 days ago, when the 3 sovereign weapons made the blood oath, Qin Feiyang had already told them the method. The heavy sword replied. This guy actually used the blood oath? Could it be that he's also subduing a sovereign weapon? Madman was secretly surprised. It's possible. Qin Feiyang looked at the heavy sword and said, then make the blood oath first. Blood oath, the heavy sword murmured. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He said in a deep voice, when you heard that we made you make the blood oath, you began to hesitate. Then when you said you would submit, you were lying to us. The heavy sword stammered. Clang. The red sword and several other sovereign weapons appeared. So many sovereign weapons. The heavy sword couldn't help but tremble. Its heart fell into despair. With so many sovereign weapons, it was impossible to escape. However, if it had to make the blood oath, it would have to listen to these humans in the future. It was really unwilling. You won't listen when we talk to you nicely. Do you want to force us to attack? Madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. Sigh. Fine, I submit. The heavy sword finally compromised. Seeing this, the blood ancestor looked at Huodahong and the others and asked, this sovereign weapon will be given to Qin Feiyang first. Do you have any objections? Although he didn't know anything about the white-eyed wolf, based on Qin Feiyang and Madman's previous behavior, the heavy sword definitely knew something. Therefore, he took the initiative to speak, lest Huodahong jumped out to snatch it. There's no need to ask this old man. Wu or will do whatever she says. Huodahong was very straightforward. Of course I have no objections. Princess Huofeng glanced at the heavy sword and smiled at the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor looked at Princess Huofeng. The more he looked at this junior of the opposing faction, the more satisfied he was. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked the blood ancestor and Princess Huofeng before holding the heavy sword and swearing a blood oath. Why do I feel like something's wrong? The myriad cauldron and the 3 sovereign weapons stared blankly at this scene. They had originally planned to let the heavy sword test the power of the blood oath, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that the heavy sword already knew the power of the blood oath. After swearing the blood oath, the heavy sword asked Qin Feiyang, then the previous conditions haven't changed, right? These 3 bastards will be my followers in the future? Qin Feiyang smiled. The 3 of you didn't expect this, did you? You deliberately came to trick me, but in the end, you became my followers. The heavy sword smiled proudly. The 3 sovereign weapons were indignant. At first, I thought that you were just here to trick me. But when I learned about the blood oath, I suddenly realized that you were here to harm me. Because once you violate the blood oath, you will be punished by the heavens. You want to use me as a test subject to test the power of the blood oath because you know my personality. I won't be willing to be controlled by humans and will definitely resist. This way, you can test the power of the blood oath and see if it can destroy us sovereign weapons. You guys are really vicious. The heavy sword laughed angrily. What? You still have such thoughts? Qin Feiyang and the madman glared at the 3 sovereign weapons. The 3 sovereign weapons couldn't help but panic. At first, I felt a little guilty for making you its little followers. But now, it seems that you deserve it. Qin Feiyang snorted. You are a classic example of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The madman laughed gloatingly. Yes. The 3 sovereign weapons flattered again and again. The heavy sword sneered. Don't think that you can get away with it. The power of the blood oath is enough to destroy our sovereign weapons because I saw it with my own eyes. What? The 3 sovereign weapons, including the gold sun sword and the silver moon sword, couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 37-34. You've seen the power of the blood oath? Qin Feiyang and the madman were also shocked. Could it be that the white-eyed wolf had subdued a sovereign weapon, but because the sovereign weapon was unwilling, it was killed by the heavenly tribulation? That's right. Do you still remember that old sly fox? The heavy sword was asking about the cauldron of all things and the 3 sovereign divine weapons. Of course. That old sly fox. We were tricked by him and lost 3 laws. I've long wanted to settle the score with him. The universal cauldron snorted. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The myriad cauldron and the 3 sovereign divine weapons were already considered to be complete rip-offs. Who would have thought that there would be something even more vicious than them? That old sly fox pretended to subdue the golden-clothed youth and then attacked him from behind. He was killed by the heavenly tribulation on the spot, not even leaving behind a trace. The heavy sword sneered. Hearing this, the 3 sovereign weapons, the gold sun divine sword, and the silver moon divine sword all broke out in cold sweat. When it came from Qin Feiyang's mouth, they still dared to question it. But when it came from the heavy sword, it was definitely true. The 5 sovereign weapons all broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, they didn't have any thoughts of disobedience during this period, otherwise they would have been destroyed. The heavy sword laughed. You wanted to trick me, but you ended up tricking yourself. This is retribution. From now on, listen to me obediently, little follower. Looking at the proud heavy sword, the 3 sovereign divine weapons gnashed their teeth in anger. The madman looked at the 3 sovereign weapons and laughed. Now hand over the laws. Why should I listen to you? The universal cauldron snorted. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the universal cauldron. Senior brother's words are my words. You must listen, and listen unconditionally. The universal cauldron trembled and immediately became obedient. With a whoosh, 3 divine lights flew out from the cauldron. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked over. It was indeed the death laws, win laws, and war laws. The madman's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and grabbed the miniature versions of the law of death and law of war. He would not let go even if he was beaten to death, because he needed both of these miniature forms. As for Qin Feiyang, he had the epitome of the law of life and death. Not long after coming to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, he had also comprehended the highest profundity of the law of war and obtained the epitome of the battle character formula. Therefore, he did not need it. The blood ancestor didn't need it either. He could rely on devouring the souls of the dead to strengthen his comprehension of the laws. If he really wanted to snatch it, he would definitely snatch the epitome of an ultimate law. However, Hudahong was very anxious and hurriedly signaled to Princess Huofeng with his eyes. How could he let Qin Feiyang and the others benefit from all 3 of the miniatures? However, Princess Huofeng was too embarrassed to ask, as Qin Feiyang had already given her the miniature version of the Law of Fire. Qin Feiyang glanced at Princess Huofeng and asked the Cauldron of All Creation, "Do you have more?" Sighed. The Cauldron of All Creation hesitated for a moment and sighed helplessly. It wanted to say no, but with the blood oath, it did not dare to lie to Qin Feiyang and said, "There are 2 more miniatures." There really are more? Qin Feiyang was stunned. How is this a cauldron? It was simply a treasure bowl. Since there are more, then hurry up and take them out. The madman urged. Ever since he encountered the 3 divine weapons of the Cauldron of All Creation, he had been pleasantly surprised. Sighed. The Cauldron of All Creation sighed again. Accompanied by a whoosh, 2 divine lights flew out from the cauldron. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others became excited, because these were the miniature versions of 2 ultimate laws. One was like a wisp of black flame that released an unparalleled devouring power. The other was like a wisp of ice crystal that emitted a terrifying space-time power. The miniature version of the law of devouring. The miniature version of the law of space-time. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the other juniors, even the eyes of the blood ancestor were filled with desire. The madman came back to his senses and looked inside the Cauldron of All Creation, but he could not see anything. It was pitch black. He asked, "Are there any other treasures hidden inside? Do you think I'm a treasure bowl?" The Cauldron of All Creation was furious. How stupid! Apart from the miniature versions of laws, what else could catch the eyes of these divine weapons? Really? The madman did not believe it. Go in and see for yourself. The Cauldron of All Creation said angrily. The madman really jumped down into the Cauldron of All Creation. The interior of the cauldron was a space of nothingness. It was boundless and could really contain everything. However, there was nothing else in the entire space. It seemed incomparably empty. If it wasn't for the blood oath, I would have suppressed you here and never let you escape. A cold snort came from the cauldron of all creation. The madman laughed and quickly left the cauldron of all creation. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Indeed, there's nothing left. The madman shook his head. Okay, you should be satisfied. Qin Feiyang patted the madman's shoulder. Not only did he obtain the 4 divine weapons of the cauldron of all creation, but he also obtained 5 miniature versions of laws. Although there were not many of them, their value was immeasurable. After all, the divine weapons of the sovereigns and the miniature versions of laws were not ordinary divine weapons, herbs, pills, soul lines, crystal veins, and other treasures. Yes, yes, yes. The madman nodded and immediately stared at the miniature versions of the laws of space and time. Little madman, don't be too greedy. You've already taken the miniature versions of the laws of death and war. The blood ancestor saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly stopped the madman to prevent this kid from getting ahead of him again. You still need them? The madman was stunned. Nonsense. Who doesn't need the miniature versions of the strongest laws? Although I haven't grasped the laws of space and time, as long as I have this miniature version, comprehending the laws of space and time is only a matter of time. Let's talk about it later. I plan to leave this miniature version for Li Feng. He just happens to grasp the laws of space and time. The blood ancestor said. I see. The madman looked reluctantly at the miniature version. At the same time, Princess Huofeng stared longingly at the miniature version of the Law of Devour. Because she had grasped the miniature version of the Law of Devour. As far as she knew, Qin Feiyang and the madman hadn't comprehended the Law of Devour, so they didn't need it. We originally agreed to share it equally. But now, senior brother has already taken 2 miniature versions. If we continue to fight, we will be too greedy. Take the miniature versions of the Law of Devour and the Law of Space and Time. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor and Princess Huofeng and smiled. In fact, he also wanted it, but there was no other way. One couldn't be too greedy. Besides, the future was long and he might have a chance to get it in the future. As for the Law of Wind, he naturally didn't need it, because the Tao character formula definitely contained the miniature version of the Law of Wind. As long as he comprehended the ultimate profound, the miniature version would automatically appear. Thank you. Princess Huofeng was overjoyed when she heard this and immediately went forward to grab the miniature version of the Law of Devour. The blood ancestor also calmly took the miniature version of the Law of Space and Time. All in all, Qin Feiyang and the madman had the advantage. The miniature versions of the 3 laws. The universal cauldron, the heavy sword, and 2 sovereign divine weapons. The blood ancestor and the Feng people each obtained a sovereign divine weapon and a miniature version of the Law of Devour. Seeing Qin Feiyang give up the miniature version of the Law of Devour, He Dehong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least his efforts weren't in vain. Little lackey, you lost both your woman and your wealth. The heavy sword didn't let go of the opportunity to mock him. Scram. The universal cauldron was extremely angry. All of its inheritance was divided up in front of it. Ba ba ba. What inheritance? This is property. Can't you leave some for me? How inhumane. The madman asked telepathically, then, are we going to find the white-eyed wolf next? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at the heavy sword. How many years ago did you meet Bai Xiaoyan? He was already used to calling the white-eyed wolf, so Qin Feiyang wanted to say white-eyed wolf. Fortunately, he reacted in time and casually gave the white-eyed wolf a name. Bai Xiaoyan? Not only the heavy sword, but the blood ancestor and the others were also suspicious. Qin Feiyang looked at the heavy sword and smiled. It's that golden-robed young man. So his name is Bai Xiaoyan. The blood ancestor and the others nodded in realization. But why hadn't they heard of this name before? They had never seen this person before. Could it be that he had been hiding somewhere in the Black Tortoise realm and had only come out now? The heavy sword thought for a moment and said, I met it 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Qin Feiyang frowned. It had been 3 years. The white-eyed wolf might not still be in the fallen Grand Canyon. However, he had to go and take a look. What if the white-eyed wolf was hiding in the fallen Grand Canyon and cultivating in seclusion? After all, the white-eyed wolf had mastered the law of time and could set up a time array. For it, no matter where it was, it could cultivate. Moreover, the white-eyed wolf was also very smart. It was very likely that it would leave clues or marks in the fallen Grand Canyon that could be traced to its whereabouts. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and smiled. Let's go to the fallen Grand Canyon immediately. Not fusing with the law miniatures first, He Dahong asked. How can we have time to fuse with the miniatures now? Let's wait until we leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure and then slowly fuse with it. The most important thing now is to take advantage of this opportunity to find more law miniatures. Qin Feiyang smiled. Back then, the little rabbit had said that in order to protect the divine beasts in the land of the buried gods and the purple-gold divine dragons sealed in the core area, it had given the dragons, the Phone people, and the Kirin clan as many as 15 law miniatures. And these law miniatures were all found in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. And the little rabbit might have more. Since the little rabbit could find so many, as long as they worked hard, they would definitely be able to find a lot. One had to know. Now, Qin Feiyang, the blood ancestor, and the Phone people had joined forces with a large number of sovereign divine weapons. Such a lineup had probably surpassed the little rabbit back then. So, not to say that they had to find more law miniatures than the little rabbit, but at least the difference couldn't be too big. That makes sense. He Dahong nodded. I have an idea. We can fuse with it while traveling and also enjoy the benefits of the time array. Princess Huofeng pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. What idea? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and quickly asked. Chapter 37-35. Princess Huofeng didn't explain. She turned to Daifuku and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble you. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others were enlightened. This was to let Daifuku return to his original form, and then everyone would get on Daifuku's back. This way, Daifuku would be able to carry them. And here, the only Phone people were Princess Huofeng, He Dahong, and Daifuku. Princess Huofeng wanted to fuse with the law miniature. He Dahong was Princess Huofeng's grandfather, so he naturally couldn't be used as a mount, so he could only make Daifuku suffer a bit. What's so hard about this? Big Fortune shook his head and smiled. He flew up into the sky. Accompanied by a phoenix cry, a huge fire phoenix appeared in the sky. Its body was over 30,000 meters long. It's too big a target? This isn't good. The blood ancestor shook his head. Okay. Daifuku quickly shrank to about 10 meters, and the power of the divine phoenix spread in all directions. It's about time. The blood ancestor nodded. The group jumped onto Daifuku's back one after another. The blood ancestor immediately set up a time array on Daifuku's back. Madman and Princess Huofeng immediately sat down cross-legged and fused with the law miniature. You guys should also take the opportunity to repair your bodies. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 sovereign divine weapons. The cauldron, void mirror, and illusory demon orb were fine. They were only slightly damaged because they didn't attack much. However, the heavy sword's injuries were very serious. Its body was severely damaged and would be difficult to recover without a million years. The fallen canyon was in the northeast. There was also the heavy sword to guide the way. And with the blood ancestor, He Dahong, and the cauldron, there was no need to worry about safety. Qin Feiyang also sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend the law of life and death. He had to put aside the other laws and focus on comprehending the law of life and death. Because as long as he comprehended the supreme law of life and death, he would be able to crush the supreme law of life and death. If he comprehended the ultimate law of life and death, even if it was a powerhouse like the blood ancestor or the sovereign divine weapons, he would still be able to crush them. In short, as long as he comprehended the ultimate law of life and death, he would be invincible in the future. Even supreme existences like the Dragon King had to be wary of him. It didn't take much time to fuse with the law miniature. In less than half a day, the Fire Phoenix First Princess successfully fused the Fire Law and the Devouring Law. But this half-day was also 500 years in the time array to be in the time array to similarly. Madman also successfully fused with the law of death and the law of, as she continued cultivating to cultivate to continue to cultivate twos. To work to, teetestateses to waste these rare. Madman opened his eyes and looked up at the blood ancestor who was standing on Big Fortune's head. He asked, "Ancestor, there's something I don't understand, too." The blood ancestor asked without turning his head. Qin Feiyang also opened his eyes and looked at the madman suspiciously. The madman asked curiously, "Shouldn't skeletons that form bodies be divine souls? How can you devour them?" Qin Feiyang also looked at the blood ancestor. This question had been puzzling him for a long time. They are different. Even if they form bodies, they don't get rid of the undead energy in their bodies, so they aren't divine souls but souls of the dead. The blood ancestor explained. I see. Qin Feiyang and the madman were enlightened. The madman pondered for a while, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Isn't your undead barrier-breaking pill used to get rid of undead energy? In that case, the undead barrier-breaking pill should be useful to them." Qin Feiyang's heart stirred. He looked up at the blood ancestor and asked, "Are the divine king of primal chaos and the 10 demon kings still souls of the dead?" Without special means, the undead energy can't be washed away. The blood ancestor nodded. The divine king of primal chaos? The 10 demon kings? Why are you talking about them? Huodahong looked at the three in surprise. The madman laughed. You still don't know? Qin Feiyang and your granddaughter met the Black Flame Demon King. If it weren't for the help of the 3 sovereign divine weapons, they would have been finished. What? Huodahong looked at Qin Feiyang and Princess Huofeng in shock. They actually met the Black Flame Demon King. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Old senior, you also know about the divine king of primal chaos?" I've heard of them. When the Sky Bell Divine Treasury opened last time, I also entered, but I didn't see them with my own eyes. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect them to really exist. Are they very strong? Huodahong asked. Super strong. The Black Flame Demon King and his sovereign divine weapon, the Black Flame Demon Castle. Facing the two of them, we and our sovereign divine weapons won't be able to fight them. Unless we suppress them with numbers. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Huodahong was shocked when he heard this. They were actually such powerful existences. Daifu was the same. His huge body shook a few times in shock. If the divine king of primal chaos and the 10 demon kings are undead, and if the undead barrier-breaking pill is really effective on them, then it might be a chance for us. The madman pondered for a while before looking at Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor. Indeed. For people like them, no matter how strong they are still undead. This is undoubtedly a very painful thing for them. If we can help them solve this problem, we might be able to make them have a good impression of us and turn the situation around. The blood ancestor nodded. But I don't have any ingredients, pill fire, or pill furnace. Qin Feiyang frowned. Ingredients, pill fire, pill furnace, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. After all, there are so many people here this time. There must be a few alchemists with pill furnaces and pill fires. The blood ancestor waved his hand. What about the ingredients? The ingredients for the undead barrier-breaking pill are only recorded in the pill scripture. It has long been lost in the sky cloud realm. Even if they carry a lot of ingredients with them, I think they definitely don't have the ingredients for the undead barrier-breaking pill. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. The blood ancestor nodded and raised his eyebrows. Then why don't you carry some ingredients with you? I have already handed over the matter of alchemy to Dan Wangkai. As for me, even I don't know how long it has been since I last refined pills. Let's talk about it later. This undead barrier-breaking pill has only been used by Huolian since the very beginning. I have never used it before. How could I possibly carry it around with me? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This is a waste of such a good alchemy talent. I guess even Dan Wangkai has surpassed you now. The blood ancestor stared at Qin Feiyang as if he expected better from Qin Feiyang. He also knows alchemy? He Dahong was surprised. Nonsense. His alchemy talent may not be the best in the world, but it can at least be ranked in the top 10 in the Sky Cloud realm. The blood ancestor smiled proudly. Such a good talent, why did you give it up? Others can't even ask for it. He Dahong also looked at Qin Feiyang with great regret. Isn't this troublesome? Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Hearing this, the blood ancestor, He Dahong, and Daifuku were speechless. They thought it was an amazing reason, but it turned out that it was just troublesome. How could there be such a willful person in the world? There's nothing to say about this. Let's think about how to find the ingredients for the undead barrier-breaking pill. I think the Sky Bell Divine Treasure should have these ingredients. Qin Feiyang glanced at the mountains and rivers below and thought. What kind of ingredients are needed for the undead barrier-breaking pill? The blood ancestor was puzzled. Let me think. I haven't refined it for too long. My memory is a little fuzzy. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and lowered his head to think. The blood ancestor was speechless. If this was his descendant, he would definitely slap him to death. I remember now. After a long time, Qin Feiyang finally reacted. He raised his head and looked at the blood ancestor. The undead spirit breakthrough pill only requires 4 ingredients. They are the undead flower, the death fruit, the yin yang wood, and the extreme yang thunder fire. Undead flower, death fruit, yin yang wood, extreme yang thunder fire. The blood ancestor thought for a moment and frowned. These ingredients are definitely difficult to find in the Great Qin and the Ancient Realm, but they don't seem rare in the Sky Cloud realm. After saying that, the blood ancestor looked at He Dahong. He Dahong pondered for a moment and nodded. They are indeed not rare, but the alchemists of the Sky Cloud realm have no use for these things. Therefore, the people of the various forces will directly store them in the treasury. The blood ancestor pondered for a moment and looked at the dark earth below. Apart from the extreme yang thunder fire, the other 3 are all evil things. It shouldn't be difficult to find them in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Everything reinforces and restrains each other. If there are undead flower, death fruit, and yin yang wood, then there must be extreme yang thunder fire here. He Dahong nodded. We can give it a try. Let's see if we can help the Primal Chaos Divine King and the others wash away the undead chi on them. To be honest, the blood ancestor couldn't help but panic when he was constantly being targeted by experts like the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings. If there was a chance to bury the hatchet, it would naturally be more than welcome. But then next, not only do we have to look for the law miniatures, but we also have to pay attention to these ingredients. Qin Feiyang nodded. Not only the blood ancestor, but the Feather Emperor also had a grudge with the Primal Chaos Divine King. Therefore, if there was a chance to reconcile, he would try his best to try. However, He Dahong had a bad premonition. Looking at the attitude of Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor, it seemed that they were going to provoke the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings. Was this kind of terrifying existence something they could provoke? It was simply courting death. The madman was silent for a moment before laughing. Actually, it's not like we have no chance of winning against the black-clothed Demon King now. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded. With the addition of the Void Mirror, Princess Hofeng and He Dahong now had 10 sovereign divine weapons. The blood ancestor's strength could fight against a sovereign divine weapon. Now that he had the illusory demon orb, it was undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger. And on their side, Ancient Castle, Grim Reaper's Sword, Crimson Sword, Ice Phoenix Sword, Golden Dragon Spear, Black Dragon Mirror, White Dragon Sword, Golden Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword. There was also the All-Creation Cauldron and the Edgeless Heavy Sword. The Edgeless Heavy Sword was the name of the heavy sword. In other words, now, Qin Feiyang had 11 sovereign divine weapons in his hands. But there seemed to be one missing sovereign divine weapon. It was Qi Yefeng's sovereign divine weapon, Heavenly Star Divine Sword. This meant that Qin Feiyang had a total of 12 sovereign divine armaments by his side. Chapter 37-36. 12 sovereign divine weapons, plus the Blood Ancestor and the Feng People's sovereign divine weapons, there were a total of 23. With so many sovereign divine weapons, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with one Black Flame Demon King, but if they wanted to compete with the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Great Demon Kings, it was far from enough. After all, the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Great Demon Kings each had a terrifying sovereign divine weapon. So, if they really wanted to fight head-on, they still had to join forces with the dragons. Land of Burial, Heavenly Cloud Sea. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the edgeless heavy sword and asked, "When you saw Bai Shan, how many sovereign divine weapons did he have?" At that time, this sovereign saw 3. The edgeless heavy sword said, "What? 3? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Didn't the white-eyed wolf only have 1 sovereign divine weapon? How did it become 3? Could it be that the other 2 were subdued in the Sky Bell divine treasure? This guy was indeed quite capable. With just his own strength and the Sky Palace's sovereign divine weapon, he was able to subdue 2 sovereign divine weapons." Madman secretly said, "Although it's a huge surprise, it's not hard to imagine that the process of him subduing 2 sovereign divine weapons was not ordinary. That's for sure. After all, he only has 1 sovereign divine weapon to protect himself." Qin Feiyang nodded. Now that our foundation is getting stronger and stronger, when we return to the Sky Cloud realm, the dragons, the Feng people, the Qilin clan, they will all be conquered by us." Madman laughed secretly. "We can't be careless. Long Chen, Qi Shaoyun, these 2 can't be underestimated." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Qi Shaoyun," Madman murmured. When he went to the Qilin Holy Land, Madman went to the Yin Devil Land to temper his body, so he didn't know much about Qi Shaoyun. Was he really that terrifying? You know, there are very few people in this world that I can't see through, but he is one of them. Moreover, didn't he also pass the Thunder Punishment Heavenly Stairway and successfully reach the top? Just from this point alone, we can see that he is not an ordinary person." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. In truth, what he feared the most was Qi Shaoyun's temperament. Calm and collected, unfazed by anything. This kind of temperament could only be seen in Long Chen and the mysterious youth. "Looks like I'll have to pay special attention to him in the future." Madman mumbled to himself and secretly laughed. But then again, the dragons have Long Chen, the Kirins have Qi Shaoyun, and the Feng people. Madman glanced at Princess Huofeng and said with a sly smile, "The younger generation of Feng people seems to be lacking. I don't see many outstanding geniuses." Qin Feiyang was stunned. These words were too infuriating. Which prince and princess of the 3 major races wasn't a rare genius? Take Princess Huofeng for example. She had comprehended 2 supreme laws with her own ability. Was her talent bad? It was because compared to people like Long Chen and the mysterious youth, she wasn't as outstanding. Looks like the future hope of the Feng people is on this woman. We have to kidnap her. Madman laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If these words were heard by the Phoenix Empress, she would definitely be so angry that she would vomit blood. It wasn't easy for a descendant that she took a fancy to appear, and you actually planned to kidnap him? But thinking about it carefully, it was indeed difficult for someone like Bing Runing to become someone great. The future hope of the Feng people might really fall on Princess Huofeng's shoulders. If they could really kidnap her, it would indeed be beneficial for their future development. Several days passed. Suddenly, waves of heat surged from the ground ahead. The Blood Ancestor and Hua Dahong were stunned. They raised their heads and looked ahead. The mountains and rivers were devastated, as if a shocking battle had just happened. It was incomparably desolate. Of course, there was no battle here, because the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was like this. Between the mountains and rivers, there was heat everywhere. What's going on? The Blood Ancestor was suspicious. Daifuku, fly lower. Hua Dahong said. Okay. Daifuku spread his wings and swooped down, almost flying close to the mountains and rivers. The Blood Ancestor and Hua Dahong released their divine wills and rushed down below. They saw that there was actually boiling magma below the ground. Waves of fire rolled and magma surged like a crimson sea. And it was very big. Even their divine wills couldn't see the full picture of the magma sea. So it's magma. The blood ancestor nodded and immediately retracted his divine wills. It was normal for magma to be in a place like the Skybell divine treasure. As for the heat waves formed by the high temperature, it was naturally nothing for people of their level. There was no detour. Daifuku went straight into the mountain. But as they went deeper and deeper, the heat waves between heaven and earth became more and more terrifying, as if they were in a big furnace. Even people like the blood ancestor, Daifuku, and Huodahong felt as if they were on fire and were sweating profusely. Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and Princess Huofeng were also awakened. Because it was too hot. Their clothes were soaked with sweat. This heat isn't normal. The mad scientist got up and looked at the mountain below with a frown. At this time, the mountains and rivers below had turned red, as if they had been burning in flames all year round. Some of the valleys were already filled with boiling magma. It's indeed not normal. With our cultivation, normal heat can't threaten us at all. The blood ancestor whispered. His divine wills sank into the depths of the earth again. The magma here was even more terrifying, like a turbulent sea. These huge waves were more like roaring monsters, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang and the others felt as if they were soaked in water and couldn't hold on any longer. The blood ancestor looked at everyone's miserable appearance and the power of death rolled out, condensing into a barrier and quickly falling. With the appearance of this barrier, Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly felt very comfortable. To be honest, they hadn't experienced the feeling of being burned by high temperature for a long time. And half an hour later, Daifuku had already led Qin Feiyang and the others deep into the mountain. They couldn't find the mountains anymore. They were all submerged in magma and had completely turned into a sea of magma. It was crazily churning, setting off huge waves thousands of feet high that covered the sky and the earth. Moreover, they found that the magma contained the power of thunder, and strands of fiery red lightning were running around in the magma. The power of thunder, Qin Feiyang frowned. How could the power of thunder appear in the magma? Look ahead to the left. Suddenly, Princess Huofeng pointed ahead, her face full of surprise. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over and saw that thousands of miles away, there was a mountain peak hundreds of feet high emerging from the magma sea. In the center of the mountain peak, there was a huge hole. Streams of lava spurted out like fountains. The lava that spurted out was thousands of feet high, like a crimson pillar that reached the heavens. And the power of thunder erupting from the hole was even more powerful. That should be the source. Such a terrifying temperature and the power of thunder, there must be something strange. Maybe there is some treasure, let's go and take a look. Frenzy shivered and urged with a fiery gaze. Daifuku immediately led the group and flew towards the mountain peak. With the power of death isolating them, the high temperature and the power of thunder were no longer a threat to them. After a few breaths, the group came to the mountain peak and scanned the magma that was constantly spewing out. There were indeed streaks of fiery red thunder inside. At first glance, they looked like giant pythons roaring in the magma. The blood ancestor tried to open the barrier condensed by the power of death. When a crack appeared in the barrier, a terrifying wave of heat and a shocking power of thunder suddenly surged out like a flood. Apart from the 4 divine weapons of the creation cauldron, Qin Feiyang and the others instantly had bloody wounds on their bodies. Their bodies melted under the heat wave and were torn apart by the power of thunder. So terrifying? The blood ancestor's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand and the cracked barrier quickly closed. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The heat and the power of thunder were enough to destroy them both. Just in case you all stay here, I will go down and take a look. The blood ancestor warned Qin Feiyang and the others. Then he looked at the illusory demon orb beside him and said, "Come with me." The illusory demon orb replied. Because of the blood oath, it didn't dare to act rashly and obediently followed the blood ancestor's orders. The blood ancestor waved his hand and formed another 3-meter-wide barrier. It seemed that he was still a bit worried, so he used the law of slaughter to form another barrier. With two barriers protecting him, the blood ancestor took the illusory demon orb and jumped down from Daifuku's head. He swept into the hole below and instantly disappeared into the magma. Qin Feiyang and the others waited anxiously. At the same time, they paid attention to the movements around them. In such a strange place, they couldn't be the slightest bit careless. Otherwise, they would end up crushed. Time passed quietly. About a few hundred breaths passed. With a whoosh, a blood-red figure rushed out of the magma hole like lightning. It was the blood ancestor. The illusory demon orb was next to him. However, at this moment, a gorgeous flame was floating in front of the blood ancestor. This flame was the size of a palm and contained the aura of thunder. When the blood ancestor entered the barrier and landed on Daifuku's head, Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked at the flame. This is the extreme yang lightning fire. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. There were many types of extreme yang lightning fire, and not all of them were the same. The flame in front of them contained the power of thunder. It was a type of extreme yang lightning fire. Isn't our luck too good? Whatever we need, we get it. Madman was also astonished. He never expected to encounter an extreme yang lightning fire. However, isn't the power of this extreme yang lightning fire too terrifying? It can emit such terrifying heat and thunder power. Hua Dahong frowned. He had seen many extreme yang lightning fires in the Sky Cloud realm, and there were many in the Feng people's treasury. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying extreme yang lightning fire. This extreme yang lightning fire is indeed incomparable to the ones we saw before, but the heat and thunder power here have nothing to do with it. The blood ancestor shook his head. What? It has nothing to do with it? When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, their eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Didn't you see that this ancestor didn't use the power of death to seal it? If the heat and thunder power here were emitted by it, then you would have been turned into ashes by now. The blood ancestor nodded. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the extreme yang lightning fire again. Indeed, there was no barrier around the extreme yang lightning fire. The blood ancestor turned and looked at the hole in the mountain peak below. With a thought, the barrier condensed by the power of death cracked open again. Immediately, another terrifying heat wave and lightning energy surged toward Qin Nan. Sure enough, the heat and thunder power here didn't weaken because of the departure of the extreme yang lightning fire. Therefore, this proved that it had nothing to do with the extreme yang lightning fire. The blood ancestor waved his hand, and the barrier closed. He said in a deep voice, "According to this ancestor speculation, it should be because the energy contained in the magma and thunder power here is too great, so over time, this unusual extreme yang lightning fire was gradually born." So, there is something else at the source? Hua Dahong frowned. It must be so. The blood ancestor nodded. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, they also lowered their heads and looked at the hole in the mountain peak. What was it that could emit such terrifying heat and thunder power, and even give birth to the extreme yang lightning fire? Chapter 37:37. After a while, the madman looked at the blood ancestor and asked, "Ancestor, didn't you go down just now? Apart from the extreme yang lightning fire, did you see anything else?" "That's what I'm wondering about. There's a big cave inside. Apart from the extreme yang lightning fire, the rest is lava." The blood ancestor frowned. Could the source be hidden in the depths of the lava? Qin Feiyang was surprised. "It's possible." The blood ancestor nodded. "Actually, it shouldn't be difficult to find it. We can follow the power of thunder because the source of the thunder must be even more terrifying." Qin Feiyang thought. Yes. As long as we follow the power of thunder, we will definitely find the source." The madman nodded. "Although you're right, I don't dare to enter such a place. Furthermore, this ancestor feels uneasy in my heart." The blood ancestor frowned. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. They didn't expect that even someone like the blood ancestor would be afraid. "Why don't we take advantage of the fact that there's no danger and leave this place quickly?" Hua Dahong said hesitantly. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the blood ancestor all looked at Hua Dahong. Why did they come to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Wasn't it to find opportunities? No. What was in front of them might be a great opportunity. Of course. It might also be a great danger. However, opportunities and dangers always existed side by side. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The madman said expressionlessly, "If you want to leave, we won't stop you, but if there's really something down there, don't come back to us later." This, Hua Dahong looked down at the cave with a hesitant expression. Wealth comes from danger. Let's go down. The blood ancestor gritted his teeth and took Qin Feiyang and the madman out of the barrier formed by the power of death. They instantly disappeared into the cave below. Grandpa, Daifuku, are we really just going to watch? Princess Huofeng frowned. Although it's said that wealth comes from danger, what's the use of wealth if you lose your life? Let's stay here and wait for them to explore the situation. Hua Dahong said. Isn't this just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor? We're in a cooperative relationship now. This isn't good. Princess Huofeng said. What's wrong with that? Although we are working together, we don't have to do everything together. Besides, they have so many sovereign divine weapons. If there's any danger, they should be able to protect themselves. In short, this time, you must listen to this old man. I can't let you continue causing trouble like this. Hua Dahong coldly snorted. Princess Huofeng lowered her head to look at the hole, her face full of worry. Below the hole, Qin Feiyang and the other two had already landed at the bottom of the cave. At the bottom, there was an endless expanse of magma. It was like an ocean buried deep underground, but it was more like a world of flames hidden deep underground. Waves of scarlet magma rolled over like an avalanche, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. The three of them stood above the magma. With the protection of the death force barrier, it didn't matter. The madman frowned, looked up, and coldly snorted. They really haven't come down. This Hua Dahong is too timid and afraid of trouble. If that girl follows him, no matter how good her talent is, it will be wasted. The blood ancestor shook his head. He did have a good impression of Princess Huofeng. Whether it was her personality or talent, she was 1 in a million. But there was a good saying, if a jade was not carved, it would not become a treasure. No matter how good a piece of jade was, if it was left there without being cultivated or carved, it would be covered by dust sooner or later. This was the so-called bright pearl covered by dust. Qin Feiyang said, "This is their own business. We don't need to worry about it. Let's hurry and find the source of the power of thunder." Madman retorted, "How is this their own business? This is related to Brother Wolf's lifelong happiness." Brother Wolf? Blood ancestor was slightly stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Ancestor, you don't know, right? The Bai Xiaotian we are talking about is the white-eyed wolf." It's actually him? Blood ancestor was stunned. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Madman bared his teeth. Blood ancestor smiled bitterly. He didn't expect it to be this wolf cub. He asked suspiciously, "Then why did you hide it from that girl?" "We were deliberately provoking her and saying that the white-eyed wolf is already dead outside." Madman chuckled. Blood ancestor was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman in confusion and asked, "Then why did you provoke her like this? What does she have to do with the white-eyed wolf?" Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. This ancestor seemed to be a little slow. "I didn't expect you to be so slow. It must be because they like each other but are too embarrassed to say it, so we helped them and deliberately provoked Princess Huofeng, hoping to open a breakthrough." Qin Feiyang was helpless. Blood ancestor was stunned again. The white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng liked each other? This was truly a piece of explosive news. "Ancestor, you didn't expect the white-eyed wolf to be so charming, right?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "I didn't expect it. But this matter, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Not to mention Hua Dahong and the others, I'm afraid even Feng Ho won't agree." Blood ancestor shook his head. "Where there's a will, there's a way." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "You're quite confident. Now, I finally understand why you want the profound ice divine hammer and the void mirror, these sovereign divine weapons. to only be loyal to Princess Fire Phoenix. This is to prepare for the future situation. Blood Ancestor looked at the two of them with a mocking expression. What else can we do? We can't really let the Feng people take advantage of us. Madman laughed. Of course we can't let them take advantage of us. Back then, the human race paid a huge price in the war against the Divine Kingdom. All the overlords who grasped ultimate powers died in battle. The Feather Emperor, the Human Emperor, and I almost died several times. But in the end, how did the Feng people, the dragons, and the Kirins treat us? If they fought with us openly, we would be convinced even if we died, but they actually plotted against us behind our backs? If we don't repay this blood debt, I won't give up. Blood Ancestor snorted. We will. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded. And in the future, when you deal with the Divine Kingdom, you must be careful. The so-called alliance against the Divine Kingdom is just an absurd excuse. They will definitely think of ways to plot against you behind your backs. Of course, the Feather Emperor and I will definitely be within their scope of calculation. Blood Ancestor warned. Don't worry, we've already thought of this. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm quite assured with you guys doing things. Do your best. The student will surpass the master. The future situation will depend on you guys. Blood Ancestor smiled. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Don't flatter us. We'll do our best. Then let's go and see what's causing trouble. Blood Ancestor's eyes flashed red. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the source of the lightning power. Qin Feiyang and Madman did the same. As their senses extended, they soon found that the lightning power came from the depths of the magma below. Almost at the same time, the three of them opened their eyes and looked at the magma below. Then, like streaks of light, they plunged straight into the magma and rushed down. Why is there no movement at all? In the sky, Princess Huofeng stared at the calm crater of the volcano, the worry on her face growing stronger. There's no movement, which means they're still safe. Daifuku smiled. Huodahong glanced at Princess Huofeng and raised his eyebrows. This granddaughter of his seemed to be a little too concerned about Qin Feiyang and the others. What was the reason behind this? Was it because Qin Feiyang helped the siblings open the door of potential? But the Fire Phoenix clan had to pay a price to open the door of potential. There must be other factors behind this. Daifuku, tell me honestly. What's the relationship between Wu and them? There was no way he could get anything out of Princess Huofeng, so Huodahong looked for Daifuku. The sudden question caught Daifuku off guard. You have to understand something. No matter how the Feng people cooperate with Qin Feiyang and the others, they will eventually become enemies. If you tell me now, I can make preparations in advance. But if you help or hide it from me, I'm afraid it will harm her sooner or later. Huodahong transmitted his voice. Old master, you should ask His Highness personally. I really can't say much. Daifuku quickly calmed down and said secretly. If you're willing to tell me, why would I ask you? Huodahong was furious. Daifuku fell silent and didn't say a word, which made Huodahong extremely angry. Underground. At this time, Qin Feiyang and the other two had already gone deep into the ground. Everywhere they went, there was crimson magma. If the barrier of death were to suddenly shatter, the three of them would definitely die. So, just in case, Qin Feiyang also took out two sovereign divine weapons, the Crimson Longsword and the Death God Sword. Together with the Blood Ancestor's illusory demon orb, even if the barrier was accidentally broken, the three sovereign divine weapons would be enough to ensure their safety. It's getting closer and closer. Frenzy looked straight down, his eyes flashing. To be honest, entering this place, they couldn't see anything. Outside the barrier was all magma. Even divine sense couldn't enter the magma. Because inside the magma, not only was the temperature astonishingly high, but the power of thunder was also increasingly terrifying. As soon as divine sense entered the magma, it would be instantly shattered. But fortunately, their perception wasn't affected. They could rely on their perception to follow the power of thunder all the way down. Another 100 breaths passed. At this time, they didn't know how deep they had gone. but they could clearly sense that the source of the power of thunder was already in front of them. Chapter 37-38. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and the other two seemed to have encountered some resistance. The barrier blocking the power of death was unable to continue descending. A trace of surprise appeared on the faces of the three. But outside the barrier, there was nothing except the magma. What's going on? The madman was surprised. Let's try it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the power of karma appeared. It rushed out of the barrier and blasted into the magma below. With a loud bang, the magma suddenly surged up. The power of karma seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and was blocked outside. There must be something below? The blood ancestor's eyes flashed. In that case, let's use the sovereign divine weapon to split it open. The madman laughed and looked at the sword of Thanatos and the red longsword beside him. It's up to you. Clang. The two sovereign divine weapons rushed out of the barrier and slashed down with a sharp edge that could tear heaven and earth apart. Boom. Another loud explosion was heard. But the barrier in front of them was not broken. What the hell? Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the other two, even the three sovereign divine weapons, the illusory demon orb, the sword of Thanatos, and the red longsword were shocked to the extreme. Two sovereign divine weapons were actually unable to break through the barrier? The most important thing was, they still had no idea what was blocking in front of them. There's finally movement. And it's the aura of the sword of Thanatos. They should have encountered some trouble. Grandpa, let's go down and take a look. Princess Huofeng looked at Hua Dahong and said, Don't worry. Hua Dahong waved his hand. Don't worry? Hearing this, Princess Huofeng couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in her heart. If this kind of behavior of watching the fire from the other side of the river were to spread, wouldn't they be ridiculed? Again. Inside the magma, the illusory demon orb also shouted coldly and rushed out of the barrier. Together with the sword of Thanatos, the two sovereign divine weapons once again slammed into the magma below. Along with an earth-shattering boom, there was a cracking sound from below, as if something had broken. I thought it was strong. The illusory demon orb smiled disdainfully. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Madman were speechless. The three sovereigns' divine weapons had to work together to cause some damage to the enemy. Was that not enough? Only an unruly sovereign divine weapon like the illusory demon orb would dare to say something like that. Continue. I'd like to see what the hell it is. The illusory demon orb snorted. The three sovereigns' divine weapons once again attacked with all their might. Crack. Another deafening explosion took place, as if a barrier had been broken. Following closely, under the gazes of Qin Feiyang and the other two, the lava below surged violently, revealing a vacuum zone. That was right. There was no magma in this vacuum zone. It was like a small world hidden in the depths of magma. However, in this vacuum, there was a terrifying power of thunder and a shocking power of fire. This is the aura of the laws of lightning and the laws of fire. The blood progenitor was energized. He quickly took Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor into the vacuum zone, and the three sovereign divine weapons followed closely behind. After entering the vacuum zone, there was no magma obstructing their vision. Qin Feiyang and the other two scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, their gazes locked onto the center of the vacuum zone, and their eyes were filled with shock. There were two clusters of flames floating in the air. The two clusters of flames were very spectacular. What was even more strange was that they looked like two babies. One of the clusters of flames was pure fire. It exuded a terrifying heat that seemed to be able to melt everything. The other cluster of flames was thunderfire. It exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. What the hell is this? Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor came back to their senses in shock. The blood progenitor didn't answer. He sized up the two clusters of flames. His eyes flickered as if he had guessed what they were, but he wasn't sure. This is an inheritance. The illusory demon orb suddenly said, Inheritance? What inheritance? Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor looked at the illusory demon orb in shock. Nonsense, of course it's an ultimate inheritance. The universal cauldron flew out of Qin Feiyang's body and said something that shocked the two. What? An ultimate inheritance? Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor looked at each other. That's right. This is the inheritance of an ultimate profound. The little rabbit once received an ultimate inheritance. The inheritance it received was in the form of a baby, just like these two inheritances. The blood progenitor nodded and couldn't help but become excited. He never expected that there would be two ultimate inheritances hidden under the lava. And this was the source of their search. After receiving confirmation from the blood progenitor, Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor looked at each other and were extremely excited. Fortunately, Hu Dahong and the others hadn't followed them. Otherwise, they would have to share a share of the loot. Let's get them quickly, the blood progenitor shouted. No matter what supreme treasure they encountered, it would only truly belong to them after they obtained it. Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor nodded. The three of them immediately rushed toward the two inheritances. The four sovereigns' divine weapons stood guard beside him. Who has the guts to disturb this king's meditation? But before they could get close, a murderous voice suddenly sounded from the thunderfire. There's someone hiding in the thunderfire? Qin Feiyang and the other two were greatly alarmed. They immediately braked and stopped in midair, looking at the thunderfire. The next moment, a strand of hair-like flame floated out of the thunderfire. This strand of flame was unremarkable and didn't have a strong aura. However, the illusory demon orb and the cauldron of all creation were trembling. At the same time, a trace of shock appeared in the blood progenitor's eyes. What's going on? Noticing the abnormality of the blood progenitor and the two ruler weapons, Qin Feiyang, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the red longsword were all suspicious. This is the aura of the Queen of Flames. The illusory demon orb and the cauldron of all creation suddenly roared and immediately swept up Qin Feiyang, the sword of the Grim Reaper, and the red longsword to escape. The Queen of Flames? Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor were shocked. The Queen of Flames is one of the 10 demon kings under the divine king of chaos. The blood progenitor said. What? Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor were shocked. You want to leave? The Queen of the Sun's voice sounded again as a terrifying aura burst out. Qin Feiyang and the blood progenitor turned around and saw that the strand of hair-like flame had turned into a stunning woman. She was about 1.75 meters tall and wore a fiery red dress. Her hair was also red like fire, and her eyes were like two scorching suns. From afar, the Queen of Flames looked like an empress standing in the flames. At the same time, she exuded a terrifying aura. Why is she here? Wait. She should be here to inherit the ultimate meaning of the law of thunder. Damn it, why did we encounter this terrifying demon king? The cauldron of all creation and the illusory demon orb roared. As the ruler weapons of the Sky Bell divine treasure, they were most afraid of the divine king of chaos and the 10 demon kings. This was an instinctive fear. When they saw the divine king of chaos and the 10 demon kings, their first thought was to escape. They didn't have the courage to fight against the divine king of chaos and the 10 demon kings. The Queen of Flames glanced at the two ruler weapons, the cauldron of all creation, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, the sword of Thanatos and the red sword. Suddenly, her eyes locked on the blood progenitor as murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She laughed and said, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's not me. You have the wrong person. The blood progenitor said without turning his head. He was also cursing his bad luck in his heart. Back then, after he and the Feather Emperor went to the divine king of chaos lair and stole the secret technique, the Queen of Flames chased after them. He was very afraid of this demon king. At this moment, he finally understood that the demon king was the source of the uneasiness in his heart. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. The Queen of Flames sneered. Two strands of the power of law rolled out, blotting out the sky as they charged towards Qin Feiyang and the others. The law of destruction. The law of fire. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist were shocked. This woman actually grasped two ultimate profundities of the laws. Let's talk nicely. The blood progenitor roared. The Queen of Flames snorted. Accompanied by a loud clanging sound, a long flaming weapon appeared. It was 3 feet long, as if it was cast from flesh and magma, and it was surrounded by crimson and blood-red flames. "This is her ruler weapon, the flame magic sword," the blood progenitor exclaimed. With the Queen of Flames' cold shout, the flame magic sword suddenly rolled up a monstrous wave of blood and fire. Along with the 2 power of law, it slashed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. At this moment, the entire ground was shaking. Crimson lava erupted from the ground like pillars of fire. Princess Huofeng and the other 2 standing in the sky looked at this scene with shock. How could there be such a big movement? A vacuum zone. Qin Feiyang made up his mind and shouted, "Stop! Counterattack!" Counterattack? The Universal Cauldron and Illusory Demon Orb were shocked. "Right now, we are no longer as weak as we were when we encountered the Black Flame Devil King. Even though she is one of the 10 great Devil Kings, and even though the Raging Flame Devil Sword is a sovereign divine weapon that surpasses the lower level, we still have the power to fight." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. Hearing this, the mad scientist and the blood ancestor also turned to face the flame magic sword and the 2 power of law. That's right. They couldn't be intimidated by the other party from the beginning. That would be too passive. Moreover, it was just as Qin Feiyang had said. They were no longer the same as before. Aside from Princess Huofeng, they now had 13 ruler weapons. The Cauldron of Everything, the Illusory Demon Orb, the Grim Reaper's Sword, the Crimson Sword, the Ancient Castle, the Ice Phoenix Sword, the Celestial Sword, the Gold Sun Sword, the Silver Moon Sword, the Golden Dragon Spear, the White Dragon Sword, the Black Dragon Mirror, and the Edgeless Heavy Sword. Although the Edgeless Heavy Sword's main body hadn't been repaired yet, even if it couldn't participate in the battle, they still had 12 ruler weapons. Moreover, there was the Blood Ancestor, a supreme expert who could compete with a ruler weapon. All in all, they had 13 ruler weapons. This kind of lineup should be enough to fight. Then let's do it. The Cauldron of Everything and the Illusory Demon Orb were also 2 ruthless characters. When they thought about how Qin Feiyang still had so many ruler weapons, they immediately wanted to kill the Queen of Flames. Chapter 37-39. Clang, clang. As the Cauldron of All Creation and the Illusory Demon Orb landed, the Sword of the Grim Reaper and the Crimson Longsword immediately charged toward the Raging Flame's magic sword and the 2 laws. The 4 ruler weapons also charged forward. The 2 powers of the Queen of Flames' laws shattered with a loud bang. After all, it wasn't an ultimate intent, but a pure law. Although the pure power of laws had reached the level of ultimate intent, it was still inferior to the 4 fully awakened sovereign divine weapons. Boom! Immediately after, the 4 ruler weapons clashed with the Raging Flame's magic sword. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the Cauldron of All Creation and the 4 ruler weapons were sent flying by the Raging Flame's magic sword. This, Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. This Raging Flame's magic sword was too strong. With his own strength, he was still able to hold the upper hand in the face of the 4 sovereign divine weapons? This is a ruler weapon. There is a huge difference between each level of ruler weapon. Even if it's a mid-level dominator weapon, it can still easily crush a low-level dominator weapon. Therefore, we only have one method, which is to win with numbers. The Blood Ancestor said. Win with numbers? You dare to boast with a mere dominator weapon? The Queen of Flames' face was full of contempt. The Blood Ancestor lowered his head to look at the Queen of Flames. Seeing her disdainful face, he couldn't help but be enraged. He sent a message to Qin Feiyang and frenzied. We must get those 2 ultimate Upanishads. Let her know the price of underestimating us. Okay. Qin Feiyang and the madman replied. Also, you can take out 2 ruler weapons to protect yourself. As for the other ruler weapons, don't let them appear for now. Let this woman be careless first, then give her a fatal blow when she least expects it. After saying that, the Blood Ancestor activated the ultimate intent of the Law of Death. Boom! The 18 levels of hell appeared out of nowhere, like 18 vast worlds. With a terrifying aura, they pressed down on the Queen of Flames. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and immediately took out the Gold Sun Divine Sword and Silver Moon Divine Sword. The two of them each grabbed a sword. With a sovereign divine weapon in hand, they felt a lot more confident. However, the Gold Sun Godly Sword and the Silver Moon Godly Sword were still nervous. 6 sovereign weapons? The Queen of Flame glanced at the 2 swords with a hint of surprise on her face, but it was immediately replaced by disdain. Immediately after, she looked at the Blood Ancestor. The ultimate profundity of the laws of death. It seems that the secret technique stolen from the Divine King has allowed you to grow quite a bit. But that's it. The Queen of Flames sneered. The Edict of Destruction surged out like a torrent into the sky, transforming into a giant eye. This eye was over 30 kilometers in size, and it was like the eye of the Heaven Tao. The energy of destruction within it roared like a bottomless abyss. Even with the protection of the 2 divine swords, Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This is the ultimate profundity of the laws of destruction, the heavenly eye of destruction. A ray of light of destruction can destroy the world. The Gold Sun Godly Sword said. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist were shocked. None of the 10 demon kings were undeserving of their reputation. As soon as the Gold Sun Godly Sword finished speaking, the heavenly eye of destruction opened and a ray of light of destruction shot out, shattering everything in its path as it charged toward the 18 levels of hell. With a loud bang, the lowest level of hell collapsed on the spot. So, the heavenly eye of destruction shot out a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th ray of light of destruction. The 18 levels of hell continued to collapse one after another. The 4 sovereign divine weapons, the Universal Cauldron and the Sword of Thanatos, were also fighting with the blazing magic sword, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't turn the situation around. Their bodies were seriously injured one after another, and cracks appeared all over their bodies. Too strong. If the blazing magic sword was only a mid-level sovereign divine weapon, we might still have a chance, but if it's a sovereign divine weapon that surpasses the mid-level, I'm afraid it'll be a bloody battle. Madman said. Silver Moon Godly Sword, Gold Sun Godly Sword, do you know the level of the blazing magic sword? Qin Feiyang asked. In any case, we used to stay away from them when we encountered them. None of the sovereign divine weapons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure dared to offend them. Of course, it's also difficult to encounter them. After all, they're not on the same level as us. In their eyes, low-level sovereign divine weapons like us are no different from ants. The 2 sovereign divine swords. Difficult. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Although opportunities and risks existed side by side, this risk was a little too great. Looking at the battle between the Blood Ancestor and the Queen of Flames, only one of the 18 levels of hell was left. However, after losing 17 levels of hell, the remaining level of hell finally reached the heavenly eye of destruction. Boom! The 2 ultimate profound meanings clashed. A terrifying aura erupted. Coupled with the fluctuations from the battle between the 4 sovereign divine weapons, the blazing magic sword and the sword of the Grim Reaper, the entire ground exploded, and lava roared in all directions. Princess Huofeng and the other 2, who were originally standing in the air above the mountain range, had already retreated far away. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the collapsing mountains and rivers, as well as the giant waves of lava that engulfed heaven and earth. Just what kind of terrifying figure had they encountered that caused such a terrifying battle to erupt? Boom! Clang! In the next moment, the 4 sovereign divine weapons, the demonic flame palace and the sword of the Grim Reaper, charged out of the lava and into the sky. Terrifying fluctuations from the battle surged out in all directions. The void was annihilated, the sky collapsed, and the mountains collapsed and shattered. This was a scene that resembled the end of the world. What? The cauldron of all creation, the illusory demon orb, the sword of the Grim Reaper, the sovereign divine weapon of the demonic palace. The 4 sovereign divine weapons were actually no match for that magic sword? Princess Huofeng and the other 2 were dumbfounded as they looked at the severely damaged cauldron of all things and the 4 sovereign divine weapons. They couldn't believe it. Princess Huofeng regained her senses and immediately prepared to ask the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and the other sovereign divine weapons for help. Don't worry. We don't know what's going on. Let's retreat and take a look first. Without any explanation, He Dahong stopped Princess Huofeng and asked Defu to take them to the sky above the mountain range even further away at lightning speed. Grandfather, Princess Huofeng was very dissatisfied with He Dahong's attitude. You have to listen to me this time. It's very likely that this is a big problem, He Dahong said in a low voice. But we can't just stand by and watch. Princess Huofeng frowned. Seeing Huofeng repeatedly contradicting him, He Dahong's anger rose from his heart. He shouted, "Have you grown wings? You don't even listen to your grandfather's words?" Princess Huofeng was so angry that she was speechless. In the depths of the magma, the vacuum zone had also collapsed. The Raging Flame's magic sword has left. Take advantage of this moment and let the other sovereign divine weapons appear. Kill this woman and snatch the 2 inheritances. The blood ancestor secretly shouted to Qin Feiyang and the madman. Qin Feiyang and the madman heard this, and a trace of killing intent appeared in their eyes. This was indeed a good opportunity. The demon sword of Raging Flames was indeed very powerful, but it was now entangled by the sword of Thanatos and the other 4 dominators' divine weapons. Moreover, the Queen of Flame was alone now. Even if she had mastered 6 ultimate mysteries, how could she block the remaining 8 dominators' divine weapons? Moreover, this woman had inherited the lightning and fire ultimate mysteries here, so she definitely hadn't mastered the 6 ultimate mysteries. The 2 roared as they held the 2 divine swords and used the space-time step and ghost steps to attack the Queen of Flames. The blood ancestor also opened the 18 levels of hell again. You are courting death. But even so, the Queen of Flames didn't panic at all. Her fiery red eyes revealed a shocking cold light. Hey! Qin Feiyang and the madman grinned. The castle, the Ice Phoenix sword, the Heavenly Star sword, the Golden Dragon spear, the White Dragon sword, and the Black Dragon mirror all appeared in an instant. What? The Queen of Flames' expression changed. There were still so many sovereign divine weapons? Crush her! The blood ancestor roared as the 18 levels of hell pressed down. The Silver Moon Divine Sword and the Golden Sun Divine Sword also left the hands of Qin Feiyang and the madman. Together with the castle and the other 6 sovereign divine weapons, they crazily attacked the Queen of Flames. The edgeless heavy sword also appeared. Although its body hadn't been repaired, it was still enough to protect Qin Feiyang and the madman. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the madman rushed toward the 2 ultimate mysteries under the protection of the edgeless heavy sword. How dare you! Raging Flame's magic sword, how long are you going to play? Immediately crush them for this king. The Queen of Flames roared. At the top of the clouds, the Raging Flame's magic sword heard the roar of the Queen of Flames and immediately erupted with a monstrous might that was even more terrifying than before. It seemed that it hadn't used all its strength before. Raging Flame's magic sword? Isn't this one of the legendary 10 demon kings, the Queen of Flames' sovereign divine weapon? He Dahong was shocked. Daifuku asked, "So, the owner of that voice is the Queen of Flames? It must be her. Quickly hide." He Dahong roared anxiously. Princess Huofeng hurriedly said, "Grandfather, since the other party is the Queen of Flames, then we can't just stand by and watch." "Shut up. Do you want to die?" He Dahong shouted angrily. It seemed that he was also intimidated by the name of the 10 demon kings and didn't even have the courage to fight. It was also at this moment, in the clouds, the 4 sovereign divine weapons of the cauldron of all creation shattered one after another. The demons that couldn't block the Raging Flame's magic sword were all torn apart. Looking at this scene, He Dahong panicked to the extreme. He swept up Princess Huofeng and Daifuku and escaped without looking back. No matter what Princess Huofeng said, he didn't have any intention of stopping. After the Raging Flame's magic sword severely injured the 4 sovereign divine weapons of the cauldron of all creation, it didn't pay attention to the 4 sovereign divine weapons, nor did it pay attention to He Dahong and the other 2. In fact, when it came out from underground, it had already sensed the aura of He Dahong and the other 2, but it didn't pay attention to them at all. Clang. Following closely, it swooped down, carrying a destructive demonic might, and attacked Qin Feiyang and the others underground. Chapter 3740. The Raging Flames Magic Sword is coming. Quick. Sensing the rapidly approaching Raging Flames Magic Sword, the Blood Ancestor's face was full of anxiety. There was only one chance. If he missed it, it would be even harder to snatch these two inheritances than to reach the heavens. Kill. The battle cries of the 8 Dominator divine weapons shook the sky. They reached the Queen of Flames before the Blood Ancestor's ultimate technique, the 18 levels of hell. You're courting death. The Queen of Flames roared. A destructive power, a space-time power, and a flame power roared out. What? The strength of the space-time law and the fire law. They've reached the ultimate level. In that case, she has mastered 3 ultimate techniques. Qin Feiyang and the madman were both shocked. Don't give her a chance to activate her ultimate technique. The Blood Ancestor roared. Clang. The 8 sovereign divine weapons, including the ancient castle, swarmed toward the Queen of Flames. Their terrifying auras and auras drowned the Queen of Flames. The 18 levels of hell also arrived. The destructive ripples of the battle immediately spread out in all directions. The earth shattered, and the void collapsed. This world instantly turned into chaos, as if it was the beginning of the world. But at this moment, the Raging Flames magic sword came and blocked the Queen of Flames. Its terrifying divine power was earth-shattering, and it actually collided with the 18 levels of hell and the 8 Dominator divine weapons. At the same time, the heavy sword swept up Qin Feiyang and the madman and rushed to the 2 inheritances at full speed. Qin Feiyang and the madman each grabbed an inheritance and didn't dare to stay. They shouted at the Dominator divine weapons, "Let's go!" They had already obtained the inheritances, so there was no need to risk their lives. First was the heavy sword. It took Qin Feiyang and the madman and rushed to the Blood Ancestor like lightning. It swept up the Blood Ancestor and flew away without looking back. The Blood Ancestor immediately used the power of death to seal the 2 inheritances and cut off the connection with the Queen of Flames. The 8 Dominator divine weapons didn't care about the Queen of Flames and the Raging Flames magic sword. They turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Above, the sword of the Grim Reaper and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons also rushed over to meet up with Qin Feiyang and the others. "Are you guys all right?" Qin Feiyang asked with concern. "I won't die for now. However, our current situation is very bad. The power of the Blaze magic sword is beyond our imagination," the All-Creation Cauldron said in a deep voice. "Where are Huodahong and the others?" Madman said furiously. The Illusory Demon Orb said angrily, "Don't talk about them. When you mention them, I get angry." When they saw us being severely injured by the flame magic sword, they didn't come to help. They only cared about running for their lives. What a bunch of cowards. It's not just cowardly and incompetent. I think they're worse than trash. The Void Mirror is simply burying its talent by following them. The All-Creation Cauldron snorted coldly. Edgeless Heavy Sword also said to Qin Feiyang, "That's right, you shouldn't have let the Void Mirror follow them. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying these things." Qin Feiyang shook his head. In fact, he didn't need to think to know that the one who advocated escaping was definitely Huodahong. Although the Fire Phoenix Sword and other sovereign divine weapons were all with Princess Huofeng, Huodahong was her grandfather after all. She couldn't go against Huodahong's wishes. "Let's see where you can escape to today." Suddenly, the angry voice of the Queen of Flames sounded from behind. "Qin Feiyang, madman." Blood Ancestor turned his head to look and his expression changed. At this moment, the Blaze magic sword was crazily chasing after them with the Queen of Flames. Moreover, the Blaze magic sword's speed was much faster than theirs. In the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance by a large margin. Looking at the Queen of Flames' face again, it was extremely gloomy at this moment, and her eyes were emitting a strong killing intent. "Edgeless Heavy Sword, your current speed is too slow." "I'll do it," Heavenly Star Sword said anxiously. He took the Edgeless Heavy Sword's courage and led Qin Feiyang and the others, as well as a group of sovereign divine weapons, to escape crazily. There was no other way. The edgeless heavy sword had not recovered from its serious injuries, so its speed could not be at its peak. It was also sullen. With so many sovereign divine weapons and the supreme existence of Blood Ancestor, they could only escape. But the Blaze magic sword was indeed powerful. Not only were the 4 sovereign divine weapons of the Cauldron of All Things unable to defeat it, but they were also heavily injured by it. Its strength was simply beyond imagination. But suddenly, Qin Feiyong looked at the Queen of Flames and the Blaze magic sword with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The Queen of Flames and the Blaze magic sword were not unscathed. There were several large and small wounds on the Queen of Flames' body, and blood was flowing out. There were also several cracks on the Blaze magic sword's body. Obviously, this was caused by the combined attack of the 8 sovereign divine weapons of the ancient castle and the Blood Ancestor's ultimate profound, the 18 levels of hell. In other words, the 8 sovereign divine weapons combined could indeed pose a certain threat to the Blaze magic sword. We definitely can't escape. Their speed is fast. Why don't we go all out and fight them? Qin Feiyong clenched his hands and looked at the Blood Ancestor, the Mad Scientist, and the sovereign divine weapons. You're crazy. The Cauldron of All Things cursed. If he wasn't crazy, why would he have such a crazy idea? But the Blood Ancestor and the Mad Scientist remained silent. Suddenly, the Blood Ancestor's eyes lit up. He looked up at Qin Feiyong and asked, "Can your Eye of Heaven copy the ultimate profound meaning?" If the Eye of Heaven could copy the ultimate profound meaning, they would definitely be able to turn the tables. Because as long as he activated 3,000 clones and copied the ultimate profound meaning of the Law of Death, it would be 3,000 ultimate profound meanings. 3,000 ultimate profound meanings of the Law of Death were equivalent to 3,000 sovereign divine weapons. How terrifying was that? I don't know. I haven't tried. Qin Feiyong shook his head. Then let's try. The Blood Ancestor said firmly. Since Qin Feiyong had already merged with the Eye of Heaven of the Dragons, he should be able to copy the ultimate profound meaning. After all, Qin Feiyong's Eye of Heaven was now flawless. Qin Feiyong nodded and decisively activated the Eye of Heaven. The Blood Ancestor waved his hand and the ultimate profound meaning, the 18 levels of hell, appeared. Copy. Qin Feiyong roared. The Eye of Heaven sprinkled down a bright divine light that shrouded the 18 levels of hell. The Heavenly Star Divine Sword didn't stop because of this and continued to lead everyone to run. If they couldn't copy it, wouldn't stopping now be the same as waiting for death? The Mad Scientist and the other sovereign divine weapons looked at the Eye of Heaven expectantly. The Universal Cauldron murmured, "This is one of the legendary 10 strongest battle souls? I've been in the world for countless years, but this is the first time I've seen it. I just don't know if it's as powerful as the legends say." The Golden Sun Divine Sword whispered. At the same time, the Queen of Flames also recognized the Eye of Heaven and was surprised. She didn't expect it to be someone who had activated one of the 10 strongest battle souls. However, like the others, although she knew about the 10 strongest battle souls, she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. She didn't know if the 10 strongest battle souls lived up to their reputation or not. Looking at the sky again, the purple gold dragon's soul roared in the sky, and the Eye of Heaven between its eyebrows released a dazzling divine light like a dazzling sun. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura of death appeared above the purple gold dragon soul. With a loud bang, the first level of the 18 levels of hell gradually appeared. It can be copied? The Mad Scientist was shaken, and the anticipation in his eyes was even stronger. The Blood Ancestor and the other sovereign divine weapons were also overjoyed. Since it could copy the first level of hell, it could definitely copy the second, third, and fourth levels, but Qin Feiyong wasn't happy at all. Although it could be copied, it couldn't be copied all at once. And the copying speed was a bit too slow. Taking a step back, even if he could copy all the 18 levels of hell, with this tortoise-like speed, he wouldn't be able to fight the other party in time. One had to know. In a battle of this level, it was a race against time. If there was a slight delay, the other party would be able to seize the opportunity to kill you. Boom! 5 breaths passed. The second level of hell appeared. 5 breaths of time would pass quickly under normal circumstances, but in a battle, it was enough time for the other party to seize the opportunity. Isn't this a little too slow? The mad scientist and the blood ancestor couldn't help but frown. At this speed, wouldn't it take at least 80 to 90 breaths of time to copy the 18 levels of hell? If one level is copied every 5 breaths of time, then the 18 levels of hell will take 90 breaths of time. 90 breaths. A battle of this level is constantly changing. How can we make it in time? The other sovereign divine weapons couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that even if the Eye of Heaven could be copied, someone would need to buy time for Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Let's just take a gamble and try to buy time for him, the Golden Dragon Spear said. That's right. Running like this isn't a solution at all. We can only truly escape if we defeat them head-on, the Ice Phoenix Sword said. In that case, let's fight it out with them. The Cauldron of All Creation roared. Although the Cauldron of All Creation, the Sword of Thanatos, the Illusory Demon Orb, the Crimson Longsword, and the Edgeless Greatsword were all heavily injured, they didn't retreat. Blood Ancestor, you're responsible for protecting Qin Feiyang and the Mad Scientist. Qin Feiyang, we're betting on you this time. You mustn't let us down. And little madman, you can also use your blood eye to interfere with them. The White Dragon Sword roared and immediately turned around. Divine power surged out of him as he charged toward the Queen of Flames and the Inferno Magic Sword. The Ice Phoenix Sword, the Golden Dragon Spear, the Black Dragon Mirror, the Silver Moon Divine Sword, the Golden Sun Divine Sword, the Heavenly Star Divine Sword, and the Ancient Castle followed closely behind. Because they were now in perfect condition, they naturally had to be the vanguard. As for the Void Mirror, the Crimson Longsword, the Sword of Thanatos, the Illusory Demon Orb, and the Edgeless Greatsword, they could only assist them from the side. At the same time, the Blood Ancestor also took the Mad Scientist and Qin Feiyang and retreated at lightning speed. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and activated his 3,000 clones. Roar! 3,000 purple gold dragon souls appeared, accompanied by a series of resonant dragon roars. The next moment, the 3,000 clones of the Eye of Heaven opened one after another, and rays of divine light flooded toward the Blood Ancestor's ultimate intent. Chapter 3741. What a bunch of ants who don't know what death is. Seeing this, the Flame Magic Sword couldn't help but smile coldly and arrogantly. The blood-red and crimson swords emitted a monstrous murderous aura, and the terrifying sharpness rushed towards the sovereign divine weapons. Clang, clang. The 8 sovereign divine weapons, including the ancient castle, didn't retreat. Their divine power and sharpness swept through the world, meeting the sharpness of the flame magic sword. The world and mountains here were also annihilated in an instant. Fortunately, there were no other creatures here. Because of the Queen of Flame, the skeleton didn't dare to approach this place. Otherwise, it would be a disaster now. Ants trying to shake a tree. The Queen of Flame also smiled disdainfully. The law of destruction and the law of space-time rolled out. Obviously, she was going to activate the ultimate meaning of the 2 strongest laws. But at this moment, she raised her eyebrows and looked down at herself, only to find that her body was rapidly petrifying. What's going on? A trace of surprise crept into the Queen of Flame's eyes. The power of the 2 laws surged, forcibly interrupting the petrification state. The strength of the strongest law reaching the ultimate meaning is indeed different. The madman whispered. At this moment, his blood eye had been opened, staring at the Queen of Flame. But even so, it couldn't really petrify the Queen of Flame, because the Queen of Flame's 2 strongest laws could forcibly break his petrification ability. However, the blood eye also brought a lot of trouble to the Queen of Flame, because as long as the madman kept the blood eye open, the Queen of Flame would continue to be petrified, which annoyed the Queen of Flame. So, the Queen of Flame also noticed the source of the petrification, which came from the blood eye between the madman's eyebrows. She was even more shocked. Generally speaking, as long as one reached the sovereign realm, no matter how powerful the war soul was before, it was useless. But now, why was a mere blood-red eye able to pose such a huge threat to a sovereign? Could this also be one of the 10 strongest war souls? But the 10 strongest war souls didn't seem to have such a blood eye. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed. The 3,000 incarnations had already replicated the second level of hell. Qin Feiyang's eye of heaven had already replicated the 5th level of hell. But it was still too slow. Qin Feiyang wanted to speed up, but he couldn't. This was already the limit. Don't worry. Judging from the current situation, the castles can still hold on for a while. The blood ancestor comforted him. Now, he could only place his hopes on the sovereigns in the castle. I really wonder, why is the blaze magic sword so powerful? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. It's like a heaven-defying divine artifact. A mid-grade heaven-defying divine artifact has the power to crush low-grade heaven-defying divine artifacts. The blood ancestor sighed. Actually, I also understand this logic. However, because I have never seen such a dominator divine weapon before, I find it a little hard to accept. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Sure enough, there was always someone better out there. The blood ancestor pondered for a moment before sighing. To be honest, what I'm most worried about right now is how to rescue Li Feng and Lu Ding in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang's mood became particularly heavy. The Queen of Flame and the Fire Magic Sword were already enough to force them to this extent, let alone the Queen of Flame and the Fire Magic Sword, who were even stronger than the Chaos Divine King and the Chaos Royal City. And don't forget, in addition to the Chaos Divine King and the Chaos Royal City, there were 9 other Demon Kings and 9 Dominator Divine Weapons. These 9 Demon Kings and 9 Dominator Divine Weapons weren't any weaker than the Queen of Flame and the Fire Magic Sword. Even if he joined forces with the Feng people, the dragons, the Kirins, the Land of the Buried Gods, and the Sea Lion Emperor of the Sky Cloud Sea, they still wouldn't be a match for these people. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the strength of the Chaos Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings. He thought that by joining forces, they would have a chance, but in reality, they were still far from it. The road ahead was fraught with worry. Boom, clang. The battle was incomparably intense. The 8 Dominator Divine Weapons, including the Ancient Castle, were all heavily damaged. The 5 Dominator Divine Weapons, including the Universal Cauldron, were even more injured. Fortunately, the Fire Magic Sword's injuries were also worsening under the crazy bombardment of the Ancient Castle and the other 8 Dominator Divine Weapons. How annoying! The Queen of Flame was still petrified. In any case, the madman didn't care about anything now. He just kept staring at the Queen of Flame. His blood eye, facing the powerful Queen of Flame, was also extremely uncomfortable. Not only was it sore, but there was also a tearing feeling and a sense of fatigue. This was because the blood eye had exhausted too much energy, and the madman was already fighting with his life. At this moment, time seemed to be very long. Every second felt like a century. Another 30 breaths passed. The 3,000 incarnations had already replicated the 8 levels of hell. Qin Feiyang himself had replicated the 11 levels of hell. 7 more levels to go. The 3,000 incarnations still needed 10 more levels. To replicate the 18 levels of hell, they needed another 50 breaths of time. Ever since they stepped into the Dominator realm, Qin Feiyang and the madman had never been so anxious when fighting others. Even further away. Sensing the fluctuations of the battle here, Princess Huofeng was extremely anxious. Hua Dahong looked at Princess Huofeng and said in a deep voice, "If you dare to go, this old man will sever ties with you." "But they are in danger," Princess Flame Phoenix exclaimed. "It is precisely because there is danger that this old man can't let you die." Hua Dahong coldly snorted as he looked at the battlefield in the distance. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Wasn't this a good opportunity to get rid of Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the blood ancestor? No matter how capable they were, it was impossible for them to defeat the Queen of Flame and the Flame Magic Sword. As long as his granddaughter didn't go to help, the 3 of them would undoubtedly die. "Grandfather?" Princess Huofeng tightly clenched her hands together, and her expression was filled with helplessness. Her grandfather had already used the words severed ties. What else could she do? She could only feel guilty towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Daifuku didn't interrupt. Because he didn't have the qualifications to interrupt and didn't dare to contradict He Dahong. In fact, his original intention was to help. But there was no other way. If Princess Huofeng and He Dahong didn't help, with his strength, he wasn't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Battlefield. Lunatic suddenly let out a miserable howl. Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor hurriedly turned to look at Lunatic and found that the blood eye between his eyebrows had burst open. Streams of blood surged out and instantly dyed his entire face red. It was a ghastly sight. "Sorry, my blood eye has reached its limit," Lunatic said apologetically. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of fear towards the ultimate mysteries. This was because there had never been a situation where his blood eye had reached its limit before. If the Queen of Flames destruction law and space-time law hadn't reached the ultimate mysteries, then he was 100% confident that he could completely petrify her. But now, his strength didn't allow him to do so. The power of these two laws could easily break his petrification. Central battlefield. The moment Lunatic's blood eye shattered, the Queen of Flame finally made her move. The ultimate mysteries of the destruction law, the Heaven's Eye of Destruction, appeared high in the sky. Rays of light of destruction constantly spewed out and attacked the 5 sovereign divine weapons. The Sword of Death, Cauldron of All Creation, Illusory Demon Orb, Edgeless Heavy Sword, and Crimson Longsword were already heavily injured. Their bodies disintegrated one after another. If they were at their peak, they wouldn't be afraid of this light of destruction. But now, they didn't even have 1/10 of their peak strength. After being severely injured by the fire magic sword and the Queen of Flame, their bodies dimmed and their auras became extremely weak. Bastard! The lunatic roared and stuffed the interspatial ring and the nomological inheritance he had snatched into Qin Feiyang's hands. Then, a terrifying murderous aura shot out from his body. His body instantly became 10,000 feet tall. It was as if the Blood Demon King had returned. His aura was terrifying. "Don't go!" Seeing this, the blood ancestor hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. Lunatic took a step forward. However, before he could take the second step, a ray of light of destruction shot over like lightning and pierced through Lunatic's chest. Lunatic's blood demon body was shattered in the sky. Blood dyed the sky red and even half of his divine soul was destroyed. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the blood ancestor rushed in front of Lunatic, grabbed what was left of Lunatic's divine soul, and hurriedly protected it with the power of death. So powerful! Although Lunatic was in the form of a remnant soul at the moment, he felt cold sweat dripping down. A ray of light of destruction could actually destroy his blood demon body? He had fought countless strong enemies and never retreated, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This was a terrifying existence that couldn't be defeated. Don't be hasty. As long as the 3,000 clones copy all 18 levels of hell, it'll be the end of them, the blood ancestor said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another ray of light of destruction shot over and locked onto Qin Feiyang. Damn it! The blood ancestor was furious. He handed Lunatic's remnant soul to Qin Feiyang and decisively faced the ray of light of destruction with a monstrous power of death. At this moment, he couldn't resist with the 18 levels of hell. Because Qin Feiyang was copying. If the 18 levels of hell collapsed halfway, he would give up halfway. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen. Because all the bets were on this. However, the blood ancestor didn't use his fist to block the ray of light of destruction. He activated the profound meaning of the law of death, and a blood-red crescent moon rose into the sky and charged toward the ray of light of destruction. Boom! The two profound meanings collided. Although it was only a ray of light of destruction, the crescent moon couldn't block it and shattered on the spot. With heaven and earth as the array and murderous intent as the guide, Slaughter Sword Array, activate. The blood ancestor roared, and his blood-red hair fluttered in the air. Boom! The next moment, waves of blood surged out in all directions with the blood ancestor as the center. In an instant, they flooded heaven and earth. Clang! Immediately after, blood swords appeared out of thin air. There were a total of 999 blood swords. Each blood sword was tens of thousands of feet long and seemed to be condensed from blood. They filled half the sky and exuded a destructive aura. Is this the ultimate profound meaning of the law of slaughter? Qin Feiyang murmured. With heaven and earth as the array and murderous intent as the guide, a super slaughter sword array was summoned. The blood ancestor was equivalent to the eye of this sword array. At this moment, the blood ancestor was like a real god of death, turning heaven and earth into a sea of slaughter. The blood ancestor roared, and the 999 blood swords shattered the sky and earth as they charged toward the ray of light of destruction. Chapter 3742. Humph. A mere ultimate profundity of the law of slaughter wants to compete with an ultimate profundity of the law of destruction? Queen of Flame's face was full of ridicule. As the light of destruction approached, the 900 and 9900 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 and 9990. 900 and 9900 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 and 9900,000 feet long. This scene caused Qin Feiyang and Madman to be dumbfounded. This super slaughter sword array was already an invincible existence in their eyes, but they didn't expect it to be so weak in the face of the light of destruction. It seemed that in this world, only the ultimate law of the same level could compete with the ultimate law of the other party. Qin, the ultimate law of slaughter can't compete with a sovereign weapon, but why is your slaughter domain so strong? Madman was suspicious. According to the level of the slaughter domain, it was definitely comparable to an ultimate law of the same level. But the ultimate law of slaughter seemed to have reached the limit of the law of slaughter. How could the slaughter domain surpass this limit? How would I know? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Until now, he still hadn't figured out the mystery of the slaughter domain. He only knew that the six-word divine art contained the epitome of law. It seems that this slaughter domain isn't simple. Madman whispered. Qin Feiyang was silent. Looking at the blood ancestor who was fighting, he muttered, "You must hold on," at this moment. His 3,000 incarnations had replicated 12 layers of hell. 6 more layers. He himself had replicated 15 layers, 3 more to go. The bitter end was about to come. So at this time, he couldn't make any mistakes. Damn it. If that woman came to help, would we be in such a sorry state? I think this Hu Dahong is simply borrowing a knife to kill. He wants to borrow the hands of Queen of Flame and the magic sword to get rid of us. Madman was extremely angry. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He really hadn't thought about this point before. Because now, he didn't have time to be distracted and think about these problems. But at this moment, hearing Madman's words, Hu Dahong might really have such a motive. If this was the case, this Hu Dahong definitely couldn't be left alive. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would stab them in the back. Looking at the blood ancestor again. The crisis was not over yet. The light of destruction carried with it an apocalyptic aura as it charged toward him. If this ancestor doesn't die today, you will die in the future. The blood ancestor roared. Although he had mastered a lot of elemental laws, the only elemental laws that he could truly fight against the Queen of Flames was the elemental laws of death. However, the only ultimate profound he had was currently unable to use it in battle. It could be said that, at this moment, he was already at the end of his rope and could only fight with his life. Boom! The super slaughter sword array appeared once again. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, the profundities and divine abilities of the other great laws were activated one after another and blasted toward the light of destruction. Following an earth-shattering boom, the super slaughter sword formation and the various laws and profundities shattered one after another. The light of destruction was coming. A set of blood-red armor appeared on the blood ancestor's body. This was a supreme divine artifact, but it was useless. It was instantly shattered by the destructive light. The blood ancestor was also engulfed by the light of destruction. Even with the protection of the power of death, his body was still covered in wounds and blood. This is your strength? After so many years, I thought you'd become even stronger. You want to protect that kid? That's just a fool's dream. The Queen of Flames sneered. Another light of destruction gushed out and went straight toward Qin Feiyang. I won't let you succeed even if I die. The blood ancestor roared. He rushed out with bloodstains all over his body and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. Then go to hell. The Queen of Flames shouted. The heavenly eye of destruction floating above her head burst out a shocking power and charged toward the blood ancestor. Seeing this, the blood ancestor couldn't help but feel a trace of despair in his eyes. The power of the light of destruction was already so terrifying, let alone the heavenly eye of destruction. The heavenly eye of destruction was the core of the ultimate profound. Not only was it enough to kill him instantly, but it could also kill Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. He turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 avatars. Qin Feiyang had only replicated 16 levels of hell and his 3,000 avatars had only replicated 13 levels of hell. There wasn't enough time. The key was, he couldn't fall yet. Because once he fell, the 18 levels of hell would disappear, and Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 avatars wouldn't be able to replicate anymore. At this critical juncture, with a loud bang, the castle came out of nowhere like lightning and blasted toward the light of destruction and the heavenly eye of destruction. The castle! The blood ancestor's face changed drastically. The castle had already been severely damaged by the fiery magic sword. Now that it was facing the heavenly eye of destruction, there was a cracking sound, and shocking cracks appeared on it. At the same time, without the castle as a fighting force, the 7 Dominator divine weapons, including the Heavenly Star divine sword, were even more powerless. They were forced to retreat by the fiery magic sword. As for the Cauldron of all creation, the Sword of Thanatos, the Red Long Sword, the Edgeless Heavy Sword, and the illusory demon orb, they had already lost the ability to fight. Their shattered bodies lay quietly on the broken ground below, dim and lifeless. No matter what, we have to hold on. The castle shouted angrily. It ignored the fiery magic sword and charged toward the Queen of Flames. That's right. We can't fall here, because once we fall, it'll be the time of our death. Everyone hold on. The blood ancestor roared. Another fool who doesn't know what's good for him. The Queen of Flames looked at the castle with disdain. With a wave of her arm, the law of time and space rolled out, and a magnificent aura rolled out between heaven and earth. Oh no, she's going to use the ultimate mysteries of the law of time and space. The blood ancestor exclaimed. Qin Feiyang's hands trembled. How could the castle withstand the 2 ultimate mysteries of the law of destruction and the law of time and space? Hurry up! Qin Feiyang roared in his heart. We have to hold on even if we have to die, the castle murmured. Boom! A mighty heavenly might descended from the sky, as if the Dominator of heaven and earth had descended. Along with the descent of this heavenly might, a river of stars actually appeared in the dim and shattered sky. Countless stars flickered within it, and every single star was like a sovereign armament that emanated a destructive might. Now, I'll let you ants see my true strength. The Queen of Flames stood under the galaxy like an empress, and the heavenly eye of destruction also appeared. The 2 ultimate mysteries reflected each other in the sky, and a terrifying aura shook the world. Not only Qin Feiyang, the blood ancestor, the mad scientist, but even the Dominator divine weapons couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear in their hearts. Kill! The Queen of Flames waved her hand, and the galaxy immediately poured down with countless stars. It looked like a meteor from outer space, and its unparalleled divine might seemed to suppress the world. At the same time, the heavenly eye of destruction also carried a destructive storm toward the castle. The castle can't be shaken. The blood ancestor roared. However, the castle turned a deaf ear and faced the 2 ultimate mysteries without looking back. No, Qin Feiyang also roared at this time. However, the castle didn't stop at all. With a rolling aura, it crashed into the heavenly eye of destruction and the galaxy like a moth to a flame. Chapter 3743. This was a kind of unyielding momentum. No matter how strong the opponent was, they couldn't retreat. Boom. Finally, the ancient castle collided with the two ultimate mysteries, and an earth-shattering sound immediately exploded between heaven and earth. The destructive aura turned into huge waves, annihilating in all directions. The ancient castle, which had already been severely damaged, shattered with the sound, and fragments flew all over the sky. Seeing this scene, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the madman, or the blood ancestor, their faces instantly turned pale. They were all scanning the void. They were looking for the ancient castle's artifact spirit. The ancient castle's body could be shattered, but the artifact spirit must be fine. But the ancient castle had already been shattered to this extent. How could the artifact spirit be spared? Shadowless, are you still there? Please, I beg you, answer me quickly. Qin Feiyang roared. But no matter how he shouted, he didn't hear a reply from the ancient castle. In this battlefield, he couldn't find the artifact spirit either. Could it be that the ancient castle had fallen just like that? Ants will always be ants. All of you, go to hell. The Queen of Flames was like a ruthless death god. With a wave of her hand, the two ultimate mysteries carried the power of destruction and continued to attack Qin Feiyang and the other two. Clang. At this time, the Ice Phoenix sword and the White Dragon sword rushed over like lightning and stood in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two without hesitation. Qin Feiyang, do you still remember our oath? Using our lives to protect each other's lives, we didn't break our promise. The Ice Phoenix sword and the White Dragon sword had already been severely damaged and were facing the crisis of shattering at any time. But, at this moment, they didn't retreat. With a roar, the sharp light surged out. This was almost their last strength, and they attacked the two ultimate mysteries without looking back. Boom! The three sovereign divine weapons fought with their lives one after another, and the two ultimate mysteries were finally shattered. But at the same time, the Ice Phoenix sword and the White Dragon sword were also torn apart with a crack. Seeing this scene, the Queen of Flames couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Were these sovereign divine weapons stupid? For a human, they didn't even care about their own lives. After losing the ancient castle, the Ice Phoenix sword and the White Dragon sword, the Heavenly Star Divine sword, the Golden Dragon spear, the Black Dragon mirror, the Golden Sun Divine sword, and the Silver Moon Divine sword, all of which were battling the Inferno Magic sword, were destroyed one after another. Pieces of debris fell onto the devastated land. Their divine might no longer existed, and they were like scrap copper and broken iron. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and the other two felt their hearts bleeding. The blood ancestor glared at the Queen of Flames and roared, "Damned woman, just you wait. I'll make you pay. You still dare to be arrogant?" The Raging Flame's magic sword flew over with a murderous aura. Its sharpness swept through the heavens and the earth as it charged towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. Boom! Right at this moment, above Qin Feiyang, the 18 levels of hell were finally replicated. But now, it was impossible for him to turn the situation around by himself. He still needed 3,000 clones. This was because only by replicating all 18 levels of hell with his 3,000 incarnations could he truly reverse the situation. But at this moment, 3,000 incarnations were only able to replicate 15 levels of hell. Only 3 more levels to go. He still needed 15 breaths of time. The Sovereign's divine weapons had been shattered, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Who could help them fight for these 15 breaths of time? The Raging Flame's magic sword sneered, and its sharpness surged. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and replicated the 18 levels of hell. He had no choice but to drag it out for as long as possible. But, facing the powerful Raging Flame's magic sword, even though the Raging Flame's magic sword was already riddled with scars, it could not block its divine might at all. The 18 levels of hell collapsed on the spot. The Eye of Heaven is indeed powerful. It can even replicate the ultimate profound. But, do you think I'll give you this chance? The Queen of Flames smiled coldly. The ultimate profound of the law of destruction and the law of spacetime appeared again. Coupled with the terrifying Raging Flames magic sword, Qin Feiyang and the other two suddenly felt an aura of death shrouding their hearts. 3,000 incarnations were very powerful. The Eye of Heaven was even more heaven-defying. But they needed time. Although the time needed was wrong, only a dozen breaths at this time and place, a dozen breaths felt as long as a few centuries. They were unwilling. It's over. The Queen of Flames smiled coldly. The two ultimate profound and the Raging Flames magic sword immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the other two, and her aura firmly locked onto the three of them. I really didn't expect that one day, I would die with you. The Blood Ancestor landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the madman, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. It doesn't matter. 18 years later, I will be a hero again. The madman laughed. Little Qin Zi, little madman. But suddenly, a surprised roar sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned and immediately turned to look at the void behind them. They saw a golden figure rushing towards them like lightning. White-eyed wolf. The three of them quivered. They didn't expect that the white-eyed wolf would come at this time. He wore a golden robe, had long golden hair, and a pair of golden eyes, as dazzling as a scorching sun, and his expression was arrogant. Who else could it be but the white-eyed wolf? It's really you guys. The Blood Ancestor is also here? Why are you all in such a sorry state? When he saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, the white-eyed wolf was ecstatic, but when he saw their sorry state, he was slightly stunned. At the same time, the Queen of Flames also glanced at the white-eyed wolf. After seeing through the white-eyed wolf's strength, a trace of disdain immediately appeared in her eyes. You actually dare to bully my little brother, you stinky woman, do you want to die? The white-eyed wolf soon noticed the two ultimate profound and the Raging Flames magic sword that were attacking the three of them, and he was instantly furious. Be careful. She's not an ordinary person. Qin Feiyang reminded. Not an ordinary person? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He activated instant time and instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two. He chuckled and said, Don't worry, I'm not an ordinary person now either. Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 divine weapons appeared out of thin air. They were the 3 sovereign divine weapons. The first sovereign weapon was a golden bead about the size of a baby's fist. It was surrounded by golden flames, and a golden crow was circling within the flames. This was the sovereign divine weapon of the heavenly hall, the golden crow divine pearl. The second sovereign divine weapon was a crimson shield that was more than a meter tall and half a meter wide. It emitted a heavy aura, and a crimson divine dragon floated above it. The third sovereign divine weapon was a chair. It was completely black and engraved with skulls, as if there were ferocious ghosts screaming, emitting a cold aura. Brother Wolf, they are... Frenzied was surprised. Crimson Dragon Shield, Ghost Divine King Throne. However, I didn't subdue them. They shamelessly insisted on following me. The white-eyed wolf grinned. Shamelessly followed you? Frenzied's face darkened. He said angrily, Do you think I believe you? Forget it if you don't believe me. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand, looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and roared, Kill! Do you know who they are? Run for your lives. The Crimson Dragon Shield roared angrily. It swept up the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang, and the 3,000 avatars and flew away without looking back. The Ghost Divine King Throne and the Golden Crow Divine Pearl that didn't know what was going on also quickly followed. What's going on? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. She is the Queen of Flames, one of the 10 demon kings. That demonic sword is her sovereign divine weapon. It's called the Inferno Demonic Sword. With their strength, they can completely crush us. The Crimson Dragon Shield and the Ghost Divine King Throne spoke one after another. Their words were filled with fear. So strong? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. What do you think? The Crimson Dragon Shield snorted. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. He looked at the 2 ultimate mysteries and asked, What are those? Are you a pig? You don't even know the ultimate mysteries of the destruction and space-time laws. The ghost divine king throne roared. What? Those are the ultimate mysteries? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. This situation seemed to be a bit out of his expectations. We can't leave. The ancient castle and the others are still on the battlefield. Frenzied came back to his senses and roared. What? The ancient castle and the others are still there? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned. He said in surprise, "But why can't I sense their aura?" Frenzied said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid they are already dead." The white-eyed wolf swept the ground behind him and soon saw some broken fragments. Among them were the fragments of the ancient castle. He was shocked and finally realized the seriousness of the problem. "Since we can't escape, then let's fight." The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth and roared, "The three of you, stop them even if you have to die." "How unlucky, how did I get into trouble with such a troublesome person like you?" The crimson dragon shield roared angrily. His body crazily expanded and instantly turned into a huge shield, blocking in front of him. The ghost divine king throne was also furious. This was the queen of flames and the flame magic sword. Wasn't fighting with them courting death? But it seemed they didn't dare to disobey the white-eyed wolf's orders and could only brace themselves. Boom. At this moment, the 3,000 incarnations had replicated the 16 hells. Only the last 2 levels left. Qin Feiyang looked at the ghost divine king throne and the crimson dragon shield and roared, "I don't need much time, just 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, I will make them pay a heavy price." 10 breaths. The 2 sovereign divine weapons smiled bitterly. This was really a difficult task. But at this moment, they had no other choice. The ghost divine king throne roared, "Golden crow divine pearl, come with us." Boom. The 2 ultimate mysteries and the flame magic sword slammed into the crimson dragon shield. Accompanied by a loud clang, the crimson dragon shield immediately cracked open. So strong. The white-eyed wolf was dumbfounded. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 in shock and anger and asked, "How did you provoke them?" "We snatched 2 of her ultimate profound law's legacies," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" "Inheritance of 2 ultimate profound meanings." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. "What ultimate mysteries?" The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered. "Fire ultimate mysteries, thunder ultimate mysteries," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf said disdainfully, "Isn't it just 2 ordinary ultimate mysteries? Is there a need to fight with her like this?" When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 heard this, they were so angry that they rolled their eyes. Chapter 3744. They risked their lives to snatch 2 inheritances, but they didn't expect that in the eyes of the white-eyed wolf, they were actually so disdainful. That's right. The fire and thunder laws were indeed just ordinary laws. But one had to know. They contain the ultimate meaning. Priceless treasures. You guys are really stupid. How can you do this kind of loss-making business? If you want to exchange for the inheritance of the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, it's more like it. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "Loss-making my ass. Isn't it just because you have mastered the strongest laws and look down on these ordinary laws? But have you ever thought about where your strongest laws came from? We worked hard to snatch them for you. Otherwise, do you think you can comprehend a few strongest laws with your own ability?" The madman's face was full of disdain. "Huh." The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly and took Qin Feiyang's trio and 3,000 incarnations to activate instant time and retreated far away. Then, he turned his head to look at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and couldn't help but have a trace of worry in his eyes. In less than 3 hours, the 3 sovereign divine weapons were already full of scars. Such terrifying strength was simply unprecedented. 10 breaths. We have to hold on even if we die, otherwise we will all be finished. The crimson dragon shield roared. The golden crow divine bead's heart was also set off stormy waves. It never thought that the Skybell divine treasure still had such a terrifying powerhouse. Compared to the Dragon King, Feng Ho, the Qilin Master, the Feather Emperor, these supergiants of the Sky Cloud realm, who knew how much stronger he was. Boom. Accompanied by divine power, The 3,000 incarnations finally replicated the 17th level of hell. Only 5 breaths left. Come on. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the blood ancestor all roared in their hearts. White-eyed wolf, what are you still standing there for? The golden crow divine bead can't delay for so long. Quickly try and see if you can deprive the Queen of Flame of the destruction and space-time laws. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the minds of Qin Feiyang's trio and the white-eyed wolf. The ancient castle. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The ancient castle's artifact spirit was still there and had not fallen. Yeah. Why don't you strip her of her laws? Why are you still standing there like a fool? The white-eyed wolf slapped its head, and with a deafening roar of the beast emperor, a golden beast shadow roared out, and a terrifying aura immediately rushed towards the Queen of Fire. The Queen of Flames was shocked. She found that the power of the 2 great laws wanted to leave her uncontrollably. Useful? The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. The Queen of Flame looked up at the golden beast shadow, her face full of disbelief. First, it was the battle souls of Qin Feiyang and the madman. Now, there was a human. Moreover, the ability of the battle soul was even more terrifying. It could strip away the power of laws. What kind of monsters were these? Let's see if you can continue to be so arrogant after I strip you of your 2 great laws. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Umph. The Queen of Flame snorted, and the power of the 2 most powerful laws rolled out, bombarding the golden beast shadow with earth-shattering power. With a loud bang, the golden beast shadow shattered on the spot in the void. What? The white-eyed wolf spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of disbelief. It could actually shatter his battle soul. Was this the power of the ultimate law? Don't panic, just hold her back. The voice of the ancient castle rang out again. The fire magic sword had continuously fought with the various sovereign divine weapons. It was already seriously injured and exhausted. So now, as long as the white-eyed wolf could hold the Queen of Flame back, the Ghost Divine King and the 3 sovereign divine weapons would definitely be able to buy the remaining 5 breaths of time for Qin Feiyang. The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth, and the golden beast shadow roared out again. Not only did it strip the Queen of Flame of her laws, but it also stripped the Queen of Sun of her cultivation. What kind of battle soul is this? The Queen of Flame was extremely angry. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stared at the Queen of Flame and the fire magic sword, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked at the 3,000 incarnations and said, "Surround them." Whoosh! Immediately, the 3,000 incarnations spread out with their respective eyes of heaven and the replicated 17 levels of hell, surrounding the Queen of Flame and the fire magic sword. After paying such a huge price, they naturally couldn't let them escape. 4 breaths, 3 breaths, 2 breaths. Seeing that the last level of hell was about to be replicated, the Queen of Flame finally noticed that she was surrounded by 3,000 incarnations, and her expression changed slightly. Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you go today. Let's go. Without hesitation, the Queen of Flame immediately shouted at the fire magic sword. No matter how confident she was, she didn't dare to fight against 3,000 ultimate mysteries. This was simply a crushing situation. You want to leave now? Impossible. The blood ancestor roared. As his voice fell, all 18 levels of hell were finally replicated. It's time to fight back. Kill them. Not only the blood ancestor, but Qin Feiyang and Frenzy also roared at the sky, as if venting the anger in their hearts. First of all, the blood ancestor's 18 levels of hell had been replicated by the 3,000 incarnations, so they couldn't be used. At this moment, with a wave of the blood ancestor's hand, the 18 levels of hell instantly carried monstrous demonic power and blasted toward the Queen of Flame. Kill! At the same time, the 3,000 incarnations also roared in unison, and the 3,000 ultimate mysteries instantly shattered heaven and earth, majestically charging toward the Queen of Flame and the fire magic sword. For Qin Feiyang and the others, this was their last bet. If even the 3,000 ultimate mysteries couldn't kill the Queen of Flame and destroy the fire magic sword, then they were really at the end of the road. Because if they wanted to replicate the 18 levels of hell again, they would need another 90 breaths of time. How could the Queen of Flame give them so much time? So, this was the most critical fight. If they succeeded, they would escape with their lives. If they failed, they would be smashed to pieces. The fate of all of them, as well as the fate of all the Sovereign's divine weapons here, was on this bet. If they didn't succeed, they would die trying. Tear them to pieces. With the arrival of the 3,000 ultimate mysteries, Qin Feiyang and the others roared again. The Golden Crow Divine Pearl and the other 3 Sovereigns' divine weapons also retreated to the side of Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang, I will remember your name, and you? The Queen of Flame looked at Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf with murderous intent and roared, "The Divine King will not let you go." But before she finished speaking, the ultimate mysteries of the 3,000 incarnations and the blood ancestors' ultimate mysteries drowned the Queen of Flame and the fire magic sword. Screams immediately resounded through the sky. A destructive aura flooded in all directions. "We can't stop it, run." The Red Dragon Shield and the other 3 Sovereigns' divine weapons originally wanted to step forward bravely and block the battle fluctuations for Qin Feiyang and the others. Because as Sovereign's divine weapons, they were still confident in blocking the fluctuations. But when the fluctuations of the battle surged over, they realized that they had made a big mistake. The 3,000 ultimate mysteries were equivalent to 3,000 Sovereigns' divine weapons. With such a battle fluctuation, even if they were in their peak condition, they would only be destroyed, let alone being seriously injured. So, they immediately took Qin Feiyang and the others and fled without looking back. And the castle and the others? Qin Feiyang roared. The castle and the other Sovereigns' divine weapons had been torn apart. If they didn't hurry to find them and escape with them, they would definitely be destroyed in the end. They didn't expect such a terrifying battle fluctuation, because it was the first time they had seen 3,000 ultimate mysteries appear at the same time. Of course, if it were any other time, they wouldn't have ignored this problem. After all, one ultimate mystery was already so powerful, let alone 3,000 ultimate mysteries. But before, the situation was so critical. They were thinking about counterattacking and getting rid of the Queen of Flame and the fire magic sword, so they ignored this point. Now, in the face of this battle fluctuation, they finally reacted, but it seemed that it was already too late. If the castle and the other Sovereigns' divine weapons died under this battle fluctuation, then Qin Feiyang would regret it and blame himself for the rest of his life. Just think about it. Previously, they didn't die in the hands of the Queen of Flame and the fire magic sword, but now they died in his hands. Who could endure this kind of torture? Therefore, at this moment, he didn't hesitate and frantically rushed down to look for the fragments of the various Sovereigns' divine weapons. How could he go back on his word when he said that he would protect each other? "Don't worry about us." Suddenly, the voice of the Ice Phoenix sword sounded from a certain place. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Run. We'll come for you later." The voice of the White Dragon sword also sounded, and the voice was getting further and further away, as if it was also running for its life. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's face immediately revealed a trace of joy. The Ghost Divine King flew in front of Qin Feiyang like lightning, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and flew away without looking back. He said angrily, "All of you, why do you all like to mess around so much?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and raised his head to look at the Scarlet Dragon Shield, the Golden Crow Divine Pearl, and the Madman. The Scarlet Dragon Shield was also frantically escaping with the other 3. From the looks of the current situation, everyone would be able to escape safely. However, the worry in Qin Feiyang's heart couldn't be put down. Although the castle, the Ice Phoenix sword, and the White Dragon sword didn't die, what about the other Sovereigns' divine weapons? Were they also alive? As for the 3,000 incarnations, they naturally didn't need to escape. Even if they were shattered by the fluctuations, Qin Feiyang wouldn't be affected at all. At the same time, on the other side, Hua Dahong had already retreated to a very, very far place with Princess Huofeng and Daifuku. But even so, the moment the 3,000 ultimate mysteries erupted, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. How could such a terrifying aura erupt? Because the distance was too far, they could no longer see the figures of Qin Feiyang and the others, nor did they know what had happened. However, Princess Huofeng could faintly sense the aura of the white-eyed wolf. Why was there his aura? Wasn't he already dead? Could it be an illusion? Clang. Suddenly, Princess Huofeng summoned the fire phoenix sword and anxiously said, "Quickly bring me to the battlefield." "What are you doing?" Hua Dahong was shocked and immediately grabbed onto Princess Huofeng. "Grandfather, I already regret not helping them. Don't stop me, I don't want to go against my own heart, I want to do what I want to do." Princess Huofeng said angrily. She pushed Hua Dahong away and followed the fire phoenix sword towards the battlefield. Chapter 37:45. As she turned around to leave, Princess Huofeng's face was filled with disappointment. All along, Hua Dahong had been a highly respected, responsible old man in her eyes. But she didn't expect that. Now, such a cowardly side would appear. A queen of flames and a flame magic sword had scared him to the point where he didn't even have the courage to fight. His great image collapsed in her heart. Hua Dahong was still angry. Daifuka finally couldn't help but look at Hua Dahong and say, "Old man, although there are some words that I'm not qualified to say, I still can't help but want to say a few words. What you're doing now is hurting the princess's heart. What do you know? This old man is doing this for her own good, for the Feng people." But before Daifuka finished speaking, Hua Dahong angrily rebuked. Daifuku's expression stiffened slightly. Looking at the angry Hua Dahong, he shook his head and said, "Fine, I said too much. You're on your own now." After saying that, he decisively chased after Princess Huofeng. "Bastard! Why don't you understand this old man's painstaking efforts?" Hua Dahong clenched his fists tightly, his face looking rather ferocious. However, when he raised his head and looked at the battlefield again, a sneer appeared on his face. The fluctuations of the battle had gradually subsided. The old devil blood ancestor and those two little bastards should have died at the hands of the flame magic sword and the Queen of Flames. And in the end, there was such a terrifying fluctuation. It should be a situation where both sides suffered heavy losses. As the saying goes, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Now it was his turn to clean up this mess. On the other side, Qin Feiyang and the others also stopped at the top of a giant mountain. They turned around and looked at the shattered ground in front of them, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, the Ghost Divine King's 3 sovereign divine weapons had helped them escape. Otherwise, even if they could kill the Queen of Flames and the flame magic sword, they would have died. "I wonder if the Queen of Flames is dead," Lunatic whispered. The blood progenitor let out a long sigh as he snarled, "Let alone her, even the Primal Chaos Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City can forget about being killed by 3,000 ultimate intents." That's true. 3,000 ultimate mysteries. The person who can block such a killer move probably hasn't been born yet. The Ghost Divine King agreed. As a Dominator divine weapon, it did not even dare to touch the fluctuations of the 3,000 ultimate mysteries, let alone the Queen of Flames and the Blaze magic sword that were drowned by the 3,000 ultimate mysteries. Being able to leave behind a wreckage was already extremely fortunate. That would be best. Madman nodded. As for Qin Feiyang, as soon as he arrived, he scanned the area and waited for the castle to arrive. He prayed silently in his heart that nothing would happen to everyone. A moment later, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, a group of fragments flew over from the left side of the void. Qin Feiyang's spirit was shaken. He hurried over and asked, "Are you all right, Cauldron of all creation? Do you still need to ask? Seeing this sovereign like this, I know that something must have happened." The Cauldron of all creation said angrily. Its voice was extremely weak, and it did not even have the ability to reform its body. When it flew in front of Qin Feiyang, the Cauldron of all creation fell into a deep sleep on the spot. "Thank you," Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at the blood ancestor. Ancestor, quickly set up a time array. White-eyed wolf, activate your life law. The blood ancestor and white-eyed wolf nodded. At this moment, pieces of debris flew toward him. It was the gold sun divine sword and the silver moon divine sword. As expected, they were two swindlers. Even when they were escaping, they were still together. I have to say, we are really lucky this time to be able to survive like this. The two divine swords were also extremely weak. After entering the time array, they immediately fell into a deep sleep. The illusory demon orb white dragon sword, heavenly star divine sword, red long sword, edgeless heavy sword, grim reaper's sword, castle, and black dragon mirror also flew over. Don't say anything. Quickly enter the time array to recuperate. Looking at the shattered sovereign divine weapons, Qin Feiyang's eyes became blurry. They had all fallen to this state because of helping him. What's going on? White dragon sword? Heavenly star divine sword? Black dragon mirror? But the white-eyed wolf looked at these sovereign divine weapons in shock. Weren't they the sovereign divine weapons of the dragons and Kirins? Why were they with little Qinzi now? They have abandoned the darkness and joined the light. There's also the golden dragon spear and the ice phoenix sword. The madman smiled and looked at the group of sovereign divine weapons floating in the time array. He was extremely touched. If it weren't for these sovereign divine weapons fighting by their side, they would have already been killed by the blazing magic sword. Abandoned the darkness and joined the light? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. The madman nodded. The white-eyed wolf roared excitedly. The divine king said angrily, "Can you not ignore the main point?" What main point? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. With so many sovereign divine weapons working together, they still couldn't defeat the Queen of Flames and the blazing magic sword. Can you imagine how strong the 10 demon kings are? And can you imagine how terrifying the divine king of chaos is? The divine king scolded angrily. The white-eyed wolf's heart sank when he heard this. With so many sovereign divine weapons working together, they still couldn't defeat a woman and a magic sword. How could they survive in the Skybell divine treasure in the future? Can you stop talking nonsense? The ancient castle, the golden dragon spear, and the ice phoenix sword haven't returned. How can you still be in the mood to talk nonsense? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The white-eyed wolf, the madman, and the divine king fell silent. About a moment later, as Qin Feiyang waited nervously, the fragments of the ancient castle's 3 sovereign divine weapons finally appeared. Qin Feiyang hurriedly went forward to welcome them. The ice phoenix sword and the ancient castle had spoken before, so there was no need to consider it for the time being. However, the golden dragon spear had never said a word. And at this moment, he couldn't sense any life aura from the fragments of the golden dragon spear. Golden dragon spear. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Could it be, Sai? The ice phoenix sword sighed weakly and said, "We've tried our best." Qin Feiyang's body immediately shook violently, and tears flowed down from his eyes. The madman, the white-eyed wolf, and the blood ancestor also immediately stepped forward. Looking at the fragments of the golden dragon spear, tears also flowed down their faces. "Ha, I'm just teasing you." The ice phoenix sword suddenly laughed. The ancient castle also laughed. What? Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were surprised. The ice phoenix sword chuckled and said, "The golden dragon spear just wanted to give it a try. Would you guys be sad for it?" Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were stunned. Not bad. Just for these few drops of tears, it's worth it. The golden dragon spear's voice sounded, and its life aura also emerged, but like the ancient castle and the ice phoenix sword, it was also extremely weak. "Are you interested? Running over to scare us at this time?" The madman came back to his senses and immediately slapped a fragment of the golden dragon spear. "Don't you know? It's already broken like this." The golden dragon spear was dissatisfied. "Who told you to deceive our feelings?" The madman snorted coldly. "Cuff cuff. It's just a little joke." The golden dragon spear smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang wiped away his tears, looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons, and said with a smile, "Go and heal your injuries. The time array is already prepared for us? At least you guys have some conscience." The 3 sovereign divine weapons were stunned and immediately rushed into the time array, and then gradually fell into a deep sleep. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the group of sovereign divine weapons on the mountain peak, and seemed to be in disbelief. He whispered, "Are they all still alive?" The madman and the blood ancestor nodded. "It's good that they're alive," Qin Feiyang murmured. His nervous and uneasy heart finally calmed down. His body also collapsed as he sat in the void, panting heavily. Could be said that this was the most tragic battle he had ever experienced in his life. All of the sovereign divine weapons were severely injured. The madman also lost his physical body. The blood ancestor was also covered in wounds. Even the golden crow divine pearl and the other two sovereigns' divine weapons were severely injured. Fortunately, they had survived. Qin Feiyang and the other three returned to the mountain peak and entered the time array to heal their injuries. The white-eyed wolf looked up at the battlefield and the three sovereign divine weapons. He said, "The three of you go to the battlefield and confirm whether they're dead or not. It's better for me to go alone. You're all seriously injured and can't fight. Let the golden crow divine weapon and the crimson dragon shield stay here to protect you in case of any accidents." The divine king said, "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. "No need to thank me. To be able to make so many sovereign divine weapons sacrifice their lives to help you, it shows that you're quite lucky." After saying that, the divine king rushed toward the battlefield. "The battle hasn't subsided yet. Be careful," the white-eyed wolf reminded him. "It's none of your business." The divine king snorted coldly without looking back and disappeared from the sight of the four. "This sovereign divine weapon has quite a personality." The madman laughed. "No matter how much personality it still has to listen to Big Brother obediently, right?" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and looked at the three of them curiously. He asked, "What's the background of this Queen of Flames and the magic sword?" "Their background is quite big." The blood ancestor shook his head and explained the situation briefly. "What? They're actually that powerful?" The white-eyed wolf was shocked. "And a lot of things have happened over the years." Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation of Li Feng and the three sovereign divine weapons, the Black Flame Demon King, the Black Flame Demon Castle, the Blood Ancestor, the Feather Emperor, and the Divine King of Primal Chaos. "Damn, this is too crazy. Absorbing the souls of the dead can increase the power of laws?" The white-eyed wolf was shocked. "So now you understand. Whether or not we snatch the two inheritances this time, the Queen of Flames will attack us sooner or later," the blood ancestor said. The blood ancestor said, "Since they're enemies, even if it's just two ordinary inheritances, we can't let them get away with it." The white-eyed wolf nodded. "Even if? Can you be more disdainful?" The faces of Qin Feiyang and the other two darkened. "Did the ordinary laws offend you or provoke you? Why are you so disdainful?" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The blood ancestor waved his hand and shook his head. "Let's not talk about it. Anyway, we've already avoided this calamity. As for the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the other 9 Demon Kings, let's talk about it when we meet them in the future." Qin Feiyang and the madman nodded. It was meaningless to talk about it now. Instead, it was just asking for trouble. Chapter 3746. "But there's something I have to tell you." Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. "What is it?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. "Princess Hofeng is also here," Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He quickly looked around and asked, "Why don't I see her? Are you looking forward to it?" Qin Feiyang and madman looked at each other and revealed a meaningful smile. "What am I looking forward to?" The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. "You don't mean what you say. As soon as you heard that this woman was here, you couldn't wait to look around." Madman looked at him with disdain. "Are you done yet?" The white-eyed wolf glared at Madman and raised his eyebrows. "I just don't understand. Since she's here, why didn't she come to help? Don't mention this." When Madman heard this, his entire body was filled with anger. "What's wrong?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to reconstruct my body first. You guys can talk." After saying that, Madman sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. The white-eyed wolf looked at Madman in shock, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What's the situation?" Qin Feiyang sighed. "It's no wonder that senior brother is so angry. They really went too far this time." "How did they go too far?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while. Then, he told her everything that had happened after he met the Fire Phoenix First Princess, helped her subdue the Ice Phoenix sword and other sovereign divine weapons, and gave her the miniature of the Law of Devour and the Law of Fire. What? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He didn't expect so many things to happen in just a dozen years. Qin Feiyang said, "We agreed to cooperate, but in the end, they only cared about running for their lives when there was danger. So if they were willing to help this time, we wouldn't have fallen to this point." "Bitch. You've benefited so much, yet you're still standing by and doing nothing." White-eyed wolf clenched his fists. Qin Feiyang sighed. "Actually, you can't blame her. Huodahong must be behind this." "Huodahong," the white-eyed wolf muttered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Senior brother suspected that Huodahong might have ulterior motives, so we have to figure it out." The white-eyed wolf was surprised. "Do you mean that he pretended to be afraid of the Queen of Fire, but in fact, he wanted to kill you with a borrowed knife?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Bastard. You're courting death." The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "There's one more thing. We told Princess Huofeng that you've already died outside. If she appears later, you should change your aura slightly." "Died outside?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He stared angrily at Qin Feiyang and Madman, saying angrily, "You can find a lot of excuses at any time, but you just have to find this excuse to curse me, right? Don't make a fuss. It has nothing to do with me." Madman snorted coldly. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, he only stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Isn't this to improve the effect?" The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and asked curiously, "How is the effect?" "Pretty good." At that time, she was dumbfounded and sad for a long time. Qin Feiyang chuckled. "You still know how to be sad?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned and snorted coldly. "At least she still has some conscience." Qin Feiyang added, "Also, you're now called Bai Xiaotian." "Bai Shun," the white-eyed wolf muttered and nodded, "this name is not bad." Battlefield. Although the Ghost Divine King had successfully entered the battlefield, he was unable to get close to the center of the battlefield. This was because the destructive fluctuations in the center of the battlefield were too terrifying. He tried to force his way in, but in less than a breath of time, his body was severely injured. He had no choice but to retreat. On the other side, Princess Huofeng and the other two were also facing the same situation. They also wanted to enter the center of the battlefield to investigate, especially Huodahong. Looking at the center of the battlefield, he couldn't wait to find the corpses of Qin Feiyang and the others. However, even the sovereign divine weapon couldn't withstand the fluctuations of the 3,000 ultimate mysteries, let alone him. What happened here before? It actually left behind such terrifying battle fluctuations. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he looked at Princess Huofeng and snorted coldly, "Aren't you worried about them? Why don't you take out all your sovereign divine weapons and see if you can force your way in?" Hearing this, Princess Huofeng looked at Huodahong in surprise. Huodahong said, "Grandfather is not really heartless, it's just that he was intimidated by the Queen of Flames before. Since we are in a cooperative relationship, naturally, I should care about them." Hearing this, Princess Huofeng was quite happy in her heart. The Void Mirror and the other sovereign divine weapons appeared and joined forces to bring Princess Huofeng and the other two into the center of the battlefield, but in the end, they still couldn't hold on. How is this possible? The three of them were dumbfounded. One had to know. Right now, they had the Void Mirror, the Fire Phoenix Sword, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, the Fire Phoenix Blade, the Fire Phoenix Spear, the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe, and the Profound Ice Divine Hammer. A total of 10 sovereign divine weapons. With so many sovereign divine weapons joining forces, they were still unable to withstand this fluctuation. Not only Princess Huofeng and the other two, but even the Void Mirror and the other sovereign divine weapons were extremely shocked. This was simply beyond the scope of their understanding. There's the aura of a sovereign divine weapon? There's more than one. The ghost divine king sensed the aura of the fire phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons and immediately restrained his aura. He bypassed the center of the battlefield and rushed towards the location of Princess Huofeng and the others. So, he saw the Princess Huofeng and the other two and the 10 sovereign divine weapons. Who is it? The ghost divine king still didn't know the identity of the Princess Huofeng and the other two. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that they were friends of Qin Feiyang and the others? If they were really friends of Qin Feiyang and the others, why didn't they make a move before? Who is it? Suddenly, the fire phoenix sword roared and his divine sense surged out and rushed towards the ghost divine king. Someone's there? Hua Dahong and the other two were also shocked and immediately looked up. Seeing that his whereabouts were exposed, the ghost divine king immediately turned around and fled. Sovereign divine weapon. Chase after him. Hua Dahong roared in surprise. At that moment, the fire phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons led the three of them and began to chase after the ghost divine king. 10 sovereign divine weapons, what if they are opponents of Qin Feiyang and the others? If we lure them over, wouldn't it be dangerous? The ghost divine king was burning with anxiety. No, I have to inform them quickly. Immediately, he contacted the Red Dragon Shield through the contract. At the top of the mountain, the Red Dragon Shield, who received the news, also changed his expression and shouted, "Old bastard is in big trouble." What big trouble? Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf were shocked. The Madman and the Blood Ancestor also immediately opened their eyes. The Red Dragon Shield said in a deep voice, "He just contacted me. There are 3 humans and 10 sovereign divine weapons chasing after him." Heard it? Qin Feiyang, the Madman, and the Blood Ancestor looked at each other. It must be Hua Dahong and the others. The Madman's eyes darkened as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Old Qin, we can't let Hua Dahong find us now." That's right. The Blood Ancestor also nodded with a gloomy face. If Hua Dahong really had ulterior motives, he would definitely take the opportunity to attack them after seeing them like this. And now, the sovereign divine weapons were all seriously injured and unconscious. Only the Ghost Divine King, the Golden Crow Pearl, and the Red Dragon Shield were left. How could they block the sovereign divine weapons like the Fire Phoenix Sword? What about the Ghost Divine King? It was already seriously injured when fighting with the Flame Magic Sword. Its speed can't be compared to the Fire Phoenix Sword. It can't hold on for long. It might even be dangerous in the end. Qin Feiyang frowned. He never thought that they would face such a crisis at this moment. The White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flashed as he suddenly looked at the Red Dragon Shield and said, "Tell the Divine King to bring them here." What? The Blood Ancestor and the Madman were shocked. "I want to see if this woman is worth it for us to help her like this. But just to be safe, Golden Crow Pearl, take everyone away and find a place to hide. I'll stay here and wait for them," the White-Eyed Wolf said. The Golden Crow Pearl nodded. "It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone." The Madman frowned. "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up," the White-Eyed Wolf scolded. "I'll stay too," Qin Feiyang said. "You're also fooling around?" The Madman glared at Qin Feiyang. "I also want to see if the first princess will disappoint me, but we can't really take the risk." Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and an avatar appeared. This avatar could completely pretend to be him. "You have an avatar, but Brother Wolf doesn't." The Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. "Simple, split a divine soul. Even if Hua Dahong attacks us, we won't really die." "Yeah. We can also split a divine soul." "In that case, I'll stay too." The Madman patted his head. "All of you? Then I'll stay and join in the fun." The Blood Ancestor chuckled. In fact, they all wanted to see with their own eyes whether Hua Dahong was hiding his killing intent or not. If so, what choice would Princess Huofeng make at that time? So, the White-Eyed Wolf, the Madman, and the Blood Ancestor split a divine soul and gave it to Qin Feiyang, along with their interspatial rings and other important things. Qin Feiyang followed the Golden Crow Pearl, hid his aura, took the ruler's divine weapons and quietly escaped into the distant mountain. The one who left was naturally Qin Feiyang's original body. The Black Tortoise realm was in his body, so he definitely couldn't stay here and risk his life. So now, the one who stayed on the mountain peak was his avatar. Also, the madman, the blood ancestor, and the white-eyed wolf's divine souls were in Qin Feiyang's hands, so they could truly be at ease. A moment later, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, the ghost god throne flew over like a bolt of lightning. Seeing that only the Crimson Dragon shield, Fengzi, and Qin Feiyang's clone were left on the mountain peak, Fengzi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where were the other rulers' divine weapons? Of course, the Divine King didn't know that the Qin Feiyang in front of him was only an avatar. Boom! In less than 3 seconds, the Fire Phoenix Sword, the 10 rulers' divine weapons, and He Dahong also chased after him. The white-eyed wolf had already changed his aura. Even if Princess Huofeng stood next to him, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Chapter 3747. When she saw Qin Feiyang and the other 3 on the mountain peak, Princess Huofeng's face immediately revealed a trace of joy. Isn't this that guy? He still has the face to appear in front of us. The blood ancestor's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Princess Huofeng felt extremely guilty. She lowered her head, walked up to the 4 and apologized. I'm sorry. You think this is over with just an apology? We agreed to cooperate, but what happened in the end? If Bai Shaoan hadn't come in time, we would have all died at the hands of the Queen of Flames and the magic sword. The madman said angrily. Princess Huofeng hesitated. She glanced at He Dahong and sighed. This is indeed my fault. If you want to blame me, I have nothing to say. He Dahong's eyes flashed. He looked apologetically at the madman, Princess Huofeng, and Qin Feiyang's avatar. You can't blame Wu. If you want to blame someone, blame this old man. This old man was too timid and only cared about running for his life. I didn't consider your situation at all. The 4 looked at each other. This attitude was not bad. Were they thinking too much? Was He Dahong really just scared? Daifuka looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 4, then at Princess Huofeng and Princess Huofeng. He smiled and said, since we've already talked about it, let's just let it go. As long as you don't have any selfish motives in the future. The blood ancestor was silent for a while before nodding. After all, she's the Queen of Flames, one of the 10 great demon kings. It's understandable that you were scared by her name. Thank you. Princess Huofeng's face was full of gratitude. Then she looked around with a hint of confusion in her eyes. What are you looking at? The madman was suspicious. Princess Huofeng hesitated for a moment before sending a voice transmission. I seem to have sensed his aura before? The madman, blood ancestor, and Qin Feiyang's avatars looked at each other. Princess Huofeng was obviously talking about the white-eyed wolf. You must be mistaken. The one who came to rescue us was Bai Shaoan. Madman transmitted. Princess Huofeng raised her head and looked at the white-eyed wolf with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. The ingrate, on the other hand, was expressionless. He Dahong's eyes lit up as he looked at the Ghost Divine King and the Scarlet Dragon shield. He asked suspiciously, Brother Qin, what are these 2 sovereign realm divine weapons? It's my sovereign weapon. The white-eyed wolf said. He Dahong glanced at the white-eyed wolf and nodded in realization. Then he asked suspiciously, what about the castle and the others? Why don't I see them? Also, how did you kill the Queen of Flames and the magic sword of flames? In order to protect us, the castle and the Queen of Flames have perished together with the magic sword of flames. Qin Feiyang's incarnation sighed. Let's die together. The eyes of He Dahong and the other 2 trembled. Immediately after, Princess Huofeng and Daifuku couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in their hearts. He Dahong's eyes were filled with regret. It was too much of a pity that so many sovereign realm divine weapons had all fallen at once. He Dahong asked calmly, then did you obtain any treasures below the grotto? What do you mean? You still want to split these 2 inheritances with us? Madman glared at He Dahong. 2 inheritances? What do you mean? He Dahong was surprised. Daifuku and Princess Huofeng were also puzzled. Blood Ancestor said, "We found 2 ultimate inheritances below the grotto, but they have nothing to do with you because we exchanged our lives for them." Ultimate inheritances. Hua Dahong's body shook as he laughed dryly. Yes, we definitely won't snatch them from you, but can you tell us what kind of laws they are? Madman said, "Space-time law and time law." It was actually the law of fire and the law of thunder. The reason why he said this was to test Hua Dahong. Space-time law, time law. It's actually the inheritances of 2 ultimate laws. Hua Dahong couldn't help but become excited, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his heart. The moment this killing intent appeared, Qin Feiyang's avatar's eyes flashed. He transmitted to Madman and the others, "There's killing intent. Killing intent." The hearts of the 3 trembled. It seemed that Hua Dahong really was pretending. But the 4 of them pretended not to know. Let's recover first. If you really feel sorry for us, then guard us properly. Madman looked at Princess Huofeng and then sat inside the time formation, closed his eyes, and meditated. Qin Feiyang, Blood Ancestor, and White-Eyed Wolf also entered the time formation. The Ghost Divine King Throne and the Crimson Dragon Shield, the 2 Sovereign Realm Divine Weapons, disappeared into White-Eyed Wolf's body under the White-Eyed Wolf's instructions. The 4 of them sat inside the time formation without any vigilance. Looking at Madman, Blood Ancestor, and Qin Feiyang's avatar, Princess Huofeng couldn't help but sigh. Although the 3 of them didn't say anything, she could feel that the 3 of them were very dissatisfied with her. But at this time, she couldn't say anything. Looking at the Fire Phoenix Sword and the other Sovereign Realm Divine Weapons, she warned, "Be careful and pay attention to the surroundings." Understood. The group of Sovereign Realm Divine Weapons replied. Princess Huofeng walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the mountains below with a disappointed expression. So it was really an illusion. Daifuku looked at Princess Huofeng's back and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, Hua Dahong looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 4. Although he didn't show anything on the surface, the killing intent in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. "Be careful. He will definitely attack us." Qin Feiyang's avatar transmitted. "Got it." White-Eyed Wolf secretly replied. The Ghost Divine King Throne and Crimson Dragon Shield lurking in his body had always been on guard against Hua Dahong. At this time, the mountain peak was extremely calm. But suddenly, Hua Dahong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed to the front of the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe, grabbed the axe, and charged toward Qin Feiyang's group of 4. Daifuku was stunned. Princess Huofeng heard the movement and couldn't help but turn around suspiciously. But seeing this scene, the 2 of them changed color. "Old man, what are you doing?" "Fire Phoenix Divine Axe, stop!" The 2 of them shouted in unison. But Hua Dahong turned a deaf ear to them. The Fire Phoenix Divine Axe was extremely sharp. The Fire Phoenix Divine Axe was a Sovereign Realm Divine Weapon. Whether it was in the Sky Cloud Realm or the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it had always been with Hua Dahong. So, if it had to choose between Hua Dahong and Princess Huofeng, it would definitely choose Hua Dahong. Hua Dahong laughed sinisterly. In his opinion, Qin Feiyang's group of 4, who were unsuspecting, would definitely not be able to counterattack in the face of such a sudden attack. They would definitely die. However, just as he held the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe and charged into the time array, the Crimson Dragon Shield and the Ghost Deity Throne suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Madman and the others. Clang! Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, a monstrous aura suddenly erupted. Not only the time array, but the entire mountain peak, including the surrounding mountains, instantly shattered. What? Hua Dahong looked at this scene in shock. "Are you surprised? I knew you didn't have good intentions." Blood Ancestor sneered. "I knew," Hua Dahong murmured. "How could he be seen through? He didn't reveal any flaws at all." "Grandfather, why?" Princess Huofeng came back to her senses and ran in front of the 4, glaring at Hua Dahong. "Shut up!" Hua Dahong roared and stared angrily at the 4, laughing sinisterly. "Since you saw through it, why didn't you escape? Don't tell me you think you're qualified to fight this old man with your current strength." Qualified? Trash like you dares to talk about qualifications with us? White-eyed wolf laughed angrily. Instead of getting angry, Hua Dahong laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? White-eyed wolf frowned. I'm laughing at your stupidity. Do you really think you're smart? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This old man wasn't scared by the Flame Queen and the Flame Magic Sword at all. This old man deliberately didn't make a move. Do you know why? Because this old man wants to kill with a borrowed knife. I want to get rid of you. Hua Dahong sneered. What? Princess Huofeng's body trembled as she looked at Hua Dahong in disbelief. Old man, it's not that I want to say this, but this time, you've really gone too far. During our cooperation, Qin Feiyang and the others have treated us well. It's obvious how well they treated us. The Void Mirror, the Law Miniature, they didn't leave us out of anything. But what about you? You actually repay them like this. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed in the future? Daifuku sighed. Hua Dahong was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and roared, Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture this old man? I'm being reasonable. Put yourself in my shoes. Daifuku shook his head. Reasonable? Fine, this old man will be reasonable with you today. Qinfiang, Shuezu, Madmenemo, who are they? They're our future enemies. Since they're our enemies, we naturally have to find a way to get rid of them. Everything this old man has done is for the Feng people. What's wrong with that? Hua Dahong was so angry that he laughed. Although you're right, you can't go behind their backs and plot against them when we're cooperating. Even if you want to fight, shouldn't you fight openly? What's the difference between what you're doing and what you're doing? Princess Huofeng said angrily, her face full of disappointment. You're really stubborn. Hua Dahong was also infuriated. He looked at Feng Zi and the others and said, I really don't know what kind of bewitching potion you gave her to make her protect you like this. However, I am her family. So, White-eyed Wolf asked. So you'll definitely die today. Originally, this old man planned to wait until you and the Queen of Flames were both injured before coming out to deal with you all. This way, the ruler's divine weapons in the ancient castle would fall into the hands of the Feng people one by one. But I didn't expect that they would die together with the Queen of Flames and the Fire Magic Sword. We lost so many rulers' divine weapons for nothing. But it doesn't matter. Don't you still have the Black Tortoise world and the inheritances of the laws of space and time? It's not too bad. Hua Dahong chuckled and looked at Princess Huofeng again. He smiled and said, As long as you kill them now, the Black Tortoise world will be yours in the future. You'll be the ruler of this world, the god of creation. How good is that? Hurry up and let the Fire Phoenix Sword and the others kill them. Chapter 3748. When first Princess Huofeng heard this, her face paled slightly. She looked at the madman's trio and Qin Feiyang's incarnation with a panicked expression. At the same time, Madman and the other three also looked at Princess Fire Phoenix. They had acted for so long just for this moment. How would this woman choose? Don't think too much. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Because in the future, when you fall into their hands, they will definitely kill you without mercy. Let's talk about it later. Haven't you always wanted to take back the God-slaying tablet? As long as you kill them and obtain the Black Tortoise realm, won't the God-slaying tablet return to your side? Hua Dahong continued to tempt her. Because with just the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe, it was impossible to kill the 4 who were protected by the Ghost Divine King and the Crimson Dragon Shield. Otherwise, he would have done it himself. Stop, I don't want to hear it, Princess Huofeng shook her head. You still don't want to hear it? Grandfather, who are you doing this for? Isn't it all for you? Don't tell me you want to be an unfilial person. Let me tell you. Today, you have to kill them even if you don't want to. Otherwise, this old man will cut off all ties with you. Not only that, when we return to the Feng people, this old man will make your father cut off all ties with you and leave you alone. Now, whether you choose them or us, the family that raised you and took care of you for most of your life, it's up to you. Hua Dahong shouted angrily. His patience had run out. Don't say any more. I beg you, don't force me like this, okay? Princess Huofeng hugged her head like a helpless child. She was on the verge of collapse. Daifuku's heart ached as he watched from the side. Sigh. It's been hard on her. The blood ancestor sighed. Indeed. It's indeed a bit cruel for her to make such a choice. The crazy one nodded. White-eyed wolf, what do you think? Qin Feiyong's clone glanced at the white-eyed wolf and asked. The white-eyed wolf remained silent, but it could be seen that he was clenching his fists tightly, and there was a trace of heartache for Princess Huofeng between his brows. Quickly decide. Should I choose them or my family? Huodahong closed in, step by step. I don't know. Princess Huofeng hugged her head and squatted in the air. She shook her head madly and cried bitterly. When the white-eyed wolf saw this scene, he finally couldn't help but step forward and embrace Princess Huofeng. He comforted her, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Daifuku and Huodahong were stunned. Madman and the other two also looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. He finally couldn't help but express his feelings? Meanwhile, Princess Huofeng also looked up at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. It's me. The white-eyed wolf smiled faintly, and the changed aura returned to normal. Sensing this familiar aura, Princess Huofeng's eyes trembled. Little Qin Zi and the others lied to you. I didn't die at all. I apologize to you on their behalf. I'm sorry. Looking at her tear-stained face, the white-eyed wolf's heart ached. He actually put on such a wonderful confession? Madman's mouth twitched. Qin Feiyong's clone and the blood ancestor shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They never expected this to happen. He lied to me. Princess Huofeng was dumbfounded. She looked at the unfamiliar face in front of her as if she couldn't believe it. It's really me. The white-eyed wolf smiled, and the hidden mark between his eyebrows appeared. This mark couldn't be faked. Moreover, the aura emitted by this mark was exactly the same as before. Princess Huofeng didn't have any more doubts. A dead person suddenly appeared in front of her. It was easy to imagine how big of an impact this kind of mixed emotions would have on a person. Princess Huofeng's emotions collapsed. However, it wasn't a collapse of despair. She could no longer control the feelings in her heart. The feelings that had been hidden in the depths of her heart poured out like a flood breaking through a dam. She hugged the white-eyed wolf, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. Feeling the clothes on his chest gradually soaked with tears, the white-eyed wolf blamed himself even more. Why did he keep suppressing his feelings and not take the initiative to confess to this woman earlier? I swear. From now on, I will never let my woman suffer like this again. It's just as we expected. Madman chuckled. The blood ancestor and Qin Feiyong couldn't help but look at each other and smile. They used the white-eyed wolf's death to deliberately provoke Princess Huofeng. When the white-eyed wolf suddenly appeared in front of her one day, the feelings in her heart would inevitably be uncontrollable. Then they would naturally walk together. This was also good. They had fulfilled one of their wishes. Who the hell are you? What's the relationship between you two? Suddenly, an angry roar sounded, breaking the atmosphere. Madman and the others immediately looked up at Huodahong and raised their eyebrows. They saw Huodahong looking at the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng hugging each other. He was completely flustered and exasperated. Seeing Huodahong so angry, Princess Huofeng couldn't help but instinctively feel flustered. She hurriedly let go of the white-eyed wolf. However, the white-eyed wolf grabbed her hand. Princess Huofeng turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. I won't let go for the rest of my life. It's too late for you to regret it now. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Princess Huofeng's cheeks slightly blushed. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look into the white-eyed wolf's eyes. However, her heart was filled with joy. Was this a formal confession? This is not good. Daifuku, who was next to them, looked at the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng, and then looked at the furious Huodahong. He couldn't help but worry. Not to mention Huodahong's current killing intent, the Feng people and the human race's standpoint would absolutely not allow this. Answer this old man. Huodahong roared. The white-eyed wolf firmly grasped Princess Huofeng's hand. He looked straight at Huodahong and snorted coldly, Who is this brother? I'm afraid I'll scare you if I tell you. Be more polite. After all, he's my grandfather. Princess Huofeng secretly said. What kind of grandfather would force his own granddaughter like this? I think they picked you up and brought you back. The white-eyed wolf sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? Princess Huofeng secretly glared at him. I've always been like this. You respect me, so of course I respect you. However, if you dare to be arrogant in front of me, then I'll be even more arrogant than you. Not to mention a rotten old man, even if you're the heavenly king, it's useless. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Bastard! Hua Dahong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Not only did this person pick up his granddaughter, but he actually dared to call him a rotten old man? He turned to look at Daifuku and roared, Who exactly is he? Daifuku sized up the white-eyed wolf and sighed. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the golden-winged wolf king. Golden-winged wolf king? Hua Dahong's pupils suddenly shrank. Wasn't this the wolf cub who grasped the 6 strongest laws and could deprive others of their laws? It was actually him. Sure enough, he was shocked. Wait. Hua Dahong came back to his senses and hurriedly pointed at the two of them, asking, When did they get together? Why didn't you tell us earlier? I don't know either. Daifuku shook his head. Although he had always been by Princess Huofeng's side, he truly did not know when Princess Huofeng had developed feelings for the golden-winged wolf king. Bastard! You actually helped her deceive us. Do you know what the consequences will be if Lady Feng Ho finds out about this? Hua Dahong was unable to restrain his anger. I didn't. Daifuku frowned. Why didn't they believe him? As for Feng Ho's anger, who would be worried? But what was the use of worrying? The princess had clearly fallen in love. Let's not talk about it so far. We'll talk about Feng Ho later. For now, let's talk about our grudges. The blood ancestor laughed sinisterly, his eyes emitting a terrifying bloody light. Hua Dahong laughed and looked at them contemptuously. Now you only have 2 Dominator Divine weapons. Do you still want to overturn the situation? Then he looked at Princess Huofeng and said coldly, Well, no matter what you say, I won't agree to this relationship. Not only me, but your father, your brother, and even the entire Feng people won't agree to this. Today, I want you to end this completely. I want you to kill the golden-winged wolf king with your own hands. What? Princess Huofeng's face turned pale. She thought that after this relationship was made public, her grandfather would not make things difficult for them. She did not expect him to force her like this. He even wanted her to kill the person she liked with her own hands? Old man, don't go too far. The white-eyed wolf was also furious. He had never seen such a cruel old man. But Hua Dahong turned a deaf ear to him. He stared at Princess Huofeng and asked aggressively, Are you going to kill him or not? Bastard, I can't take it anymore. We Dominator Divine weapons are already very cold, but I didn't expect you to be even colder than us. You're forcing your own granddaughter to this extent. The void mirror roared and blasted towards Hua Dahong with surging divine power. Who would have thought that the void mirror would attack at this time? Along with a loud clang, the fire phoenix divine axe in Hua Dahong's hand was sent flying on the spot. Hua Dahong also screamed in pain and smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. Void mirror, what are you doing? Don't forget who your master is now. The fire phoenix divine axe came back to its senses and roared. What does it have to do with you? You don't agree. The void mirror was very strong. The fire phoenix divine axe was furious and roared, Fire phoenix sword, black ice divine hammer, suppress it with me. However, the fire phoenix sword and the other Dominator divine weapons did not move. The black ice divine hammer was one of the 4 Dominator divine weapons. Needless to say, they only listened to Princess Huofeng. Even Feng Ho's orders were useless. As for the Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, Fire Phoenix Saber, and Divine Phoenix Spear, they seemed to not like Hua Dahong's actions. Even if their positions were different, they couldn't force their own granddaughter like this. If there was a problem, just show it. Couldn't everyone solve it calmly? Did they have to use such extreme methods? Chapter 3749. Ha! The blood ancestor came back to his senses and looked down at Hua Dahong, who was struggling to get up. He laughed gloatingly. Did you see that? Even the sovereign divine weapon doesn't like you. How much of a failure are you? Hua Dahong stood on the ground and looked up at the void mirror. His eyes were filled with hatred. What are you looking at? If you're not convinced, then let's fight one-on-one. The void mirror sneered. Hua Dahong turned his hands and looked at Princess Huofeng. He said angrily, "You're going to let it bully your grandfather like this? If you weren't so unreasonable, would the void mirror make a move on you?" Princess Huofeng sighed. "I'm unreasonable? It seems that you're determined to betray us." Hua Dahong was furious. "I'm not." Princess Huofeng's face was also filled with anger, but she seemed to be worried about Hua Dahong's identity. Her tone softened as she sighed. "Grandfather, I'm just fighting for my own happiness." "Happiness? Ha, do you think you'll be happy with him? Don't be naive. Your relationship won't end well. The deeper you fall now, the more harm it will cause to you in the future." Hua Dahong's face was full of ridicule. "It's fine as long as you try." Princess Huofeng whispered. Silly. Don't be so willful, okay? It's a very simple reason. If one day the Feng people fall out with them, what will you choose? Tell me, will you help them or will you help us?" Hua Dahong roared. Princess Huofeng's face turned pale. She had thought about these questions a long time ago, but she didn't have an answer in her heart, because she didn't know what she would do when that day came. She couldn't let go of this relationship. She couldn't let go of her family and people either. Ill-fated relationship, ill-fated relationship. Hua Dahong cried out. There were so many talented youths in the world. Why did it have to be this golden-winged wolf king? The white-eyed wolf looked at the struggling Princess Huofeng and felt extremely distressed. He held her hand tightly and comforted her. "Don't worry, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. When the time comes, there will definitely be a better way." Princess Huofeng looked up at the white-eyed wolf. When their eyes met, the worries in her heart finally disappeared. Immediately after, she lowered her head to look at Hua Dahong and said with a smile, "Grandfather, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I really don't want to sit alone in a corner and cry in regret when I'm old. I want to cherish the present." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the ingrate's hand tightly. Hearing this, Hua Dahong felt powerless as he looked at their tightly clasped hands. Princess Huofeng said with a smile, "Grandfather, you must be tired after all these years. Go back and have a good rest. Leave the matter of the Sky Bell divine treasure to me." What? Hua Dahong's gaze trembled as he looked at Princess Huofeng in shock. Go back and rest? Wasn't this the same as asking him to leave the Sky Bell divine treasure? One had to know. Right now, there was only one way to leave the Sky Bell divine treasure, and that was to destroy his own body and soul. Madman and the others looked at each other in dismay. They originally thought that this woman would plead for Hua Dahong and allow everyone to continue cooperating, but they didn't expect that she would directly ask him to leave. This was equivalent to asking Hua Dahong to commit suicide. "Grandfather, I know that doing this is very unfilial. But there's no other way. After doing such a thing, they can no longer trust you. Besides, the Sky Bell divine treasure is indeed very dangerous. If you stay here, I won't be at ease." Princess Huofeng smiled apologetically. Hua Dahong looked at Princess Huofeng in a daze. He never thought that this granddaughter of his, who he had always regarded as a treasure, would actually ask him to commit suicide to apologize for a few outsiders. Suddenly, Hua Dahong smiled miserably and nodded. "All right, this is the good granddaughter that I have painstakingly raised. Not bad at all. You have a conscience. I'm sorry, but I promise you that I will definitely bring back a few more sovereign divine weapons. And when I go back, I will personally find you to apologize. At that time, you can punish me however you want." Princess Huofeng said. Hua Dahong couldn't stop laughing, his entire body emitting a desolate aura. Suddenly, a destructive aura roared out from his body, and his entire body directly exploded in the void. Self-destruction. The void mirror took action and erased the fluctuations of the self-destruction. Whew! Blood Ancestor let out a long sigh of relief. At least he didn't look forward to it in vain. This little girl was indeed not bad. But he raised his head and looked at the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng. a trace of worry appearing in his eyes. Although Princess Huofeng's attitude was very firm, the two of them couldn't avoid the future Feng people and had to face it. Sigh. Princess Huofeng sighed in her heart. She turned her head to look at Madman, and Qin Feiyang's incarnation, and apologized. I'm sorry. It's okay. Anyway, even if he has his way, I won't die. Madman waved his hand. Princess Huofeng was slightly stunned when she heard this. She turned her head to look at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously and asked, Little Madman, what do you mean by this? Think about it. Are we the kind of people who wait for death? Actually, we have already split a wisp of divine soul. Little Qin Zi is just an incarnation now. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Incarnation? Princess Huofeng looked at Qin Feiyang's incarnation. The incarnation smiled faintly and immediately dissipated in the void, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this scene, Princess Huofeng was extremely shocked. It turned out that he had a trick up his sleeve. When she came back to her senses, she immediately glared at the white-eyed wolf and said, You actually lied to me? Ahem. The white-eyed wolf coughed dryly and smiled awkwardly. I had no choice. No choice. I think you were just testing me to see if I would help you. As expected of the white-eyed wolf. You're heartless. Princess Huofeng shook off the white-eyed wolf's hand and angrily turned away. The white-eyed wolf looked quite embarrassed. He couldn't help but look at the madman and the blood ancestor, as if to say, What should we do now? I'll teach you. Just kill her on the spot. The madman snickered secretly. The blood ancestor rolled his eyes. What kind of rotten idea was this? The white-eyed wolf was extremely speechless. Do you think I'm the same Zhuo Shaoxian? He ran in front of Princess Huofeng and laughed dryly. I apologize. I admit my mistake. Why don't you beat me up? Anyway, I have thick skin. I can take a beating. Thick skin. Take a beating? Princess Huofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he apologize like this? He was simply a scoundrel. You can't bear to beat me up, right? The white-eyed wolf grinned. Who says I can't bear to? Princess Huofeng raised her fist and punched the white-eyed wolf's chest. The white-eyed wolf immediately squatted in the void, clutching his chest and screaming. Princess Huofeng was stunned. She didn't seem to use much strength. Why was it so painful? He must be pretending. Pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy? I won't fall for that. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also flew over with a group of sovereign divine weapons. Looking at the white-eyed wolf howling miserably, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked suspiciously at the two and asked, What's going on? What else could it be? Acting pitiful and asking for forgiveness. The madman pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He and his incarnation could sense each other, so he knew what had happened here. Princess Huofeng also looked at Qin Feiyang with a displeased expression. She snorted and said, Are you satisfied with this result? Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and laughed dryly. I'm doing this for your and Brother Wolf's lifelong happiness. So, I have to thank you. Princess Huofeng couldn't help but laugh. We're family. There's no need to thank me. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Princess Huofeng rolled her eyes and looked down at the white-eyed wolf. She said angrily, How long are you going to pretend? Why should I pretend? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. You're not pretending? Princess Huofeng frowned and squatted down to look at the white-eyed wolf. She said anxiously, But I really didn't use any strength. It's true that you didn't use much strength, but my current situation is different. When I fought with the Queen of Flames, I was already seriously injured. My internal organs were shattered. The white-eyed wolf roared in pain. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as if he was suffering from inhuman torture. Princess Huofeng suddenly panicked. Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help but frown. So it wasn't an act? Are you trying to murder your husband? The white-eyed wolf stared at Princess Huofeng angrily. I didn't do it on purpose. Really? Princess Huofeng quickly apologized. She took out a divine life pill and placed it in front of the white-eyed wolf's mouth. Hurry up and take it. The white-eyed wolf looked at the divine life pill and then at the anxious Princess Huofeng. A sly look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he hugged Princess Huofeng and kissed Princess Huofeng on the cheek. Ha! Faced with this sudden sneak attack, Princess Huofeng was startled. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Silly woman, even if my internal organs are shattered, with my cultivation, it's nothing. Princess Huofeng was stunned. Was she fooled again? Give up. You're no match for me. The white-eyed wolf hugged Princess Huofeng tightly with a smug look on his face. You bastard! Princess Huofeng was furious. Not only did he lie to her, but he also took advantage of her. Just now, he even kissed her. Her cheeks were extremely red. Damn it, even we were almost fooled. The madman cursed. Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor also looked helpless. This was the so-called too much concern. With their current cultivation, even if their bodies were shattered, they wouldn't be in danger, let alone just a little injury. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and the blood ancestor and said, "That's enough. Don't keep showing off in front of us." That's right. Have you considered the feelings of us old people? The blood ancestor pouted. Daifuku also coughed to make his presence known. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others' strange gazes, Princess Huofeng immediately lowered her head and complained, "It's all your fault." Yes. The white-eyed wolf nodded and stared at Qin Feiyang and the others. He said angrily, "If you don't like it, don't look at it. I think you're an eyesore." Chapter 3750. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist's faces darkened. Who was the one pretending to be pure before? Now that they had finally broken through, they were starting to get lovey-dovey? Why didn't they just ascend to the heavens? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at everyone. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go somewhere else to recuperate. Indeed. There's too much commotion. Maybe we'll attract other demon kings. The blood ancestor nodded. Now that all of the sovereign's weapons were asleep, if another demon king were to show up, there would be no way out for them. The white-eyed wolf let go of Princess Huofeng, turned to the divine king, and asked, "Have you confirmed the death of the Queen of Flames? We can't get close to the center of the battlefield." The divine king said. Princess Huofeng shook her head. "We can't get close either. What happened before? How could there be such a terrifying fluctuation? Ultimate intent." The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled. This kid replicated the blood ancestor's ultimate intent of death with 3,000 clones and the Eye of Heaven. What? The Eye of Heaven can even replicate an ultimate intent? Princess Huofeng, Daifuku, and the Fire Phoenix sword were all dumbfounded. But it's very slow. The castle and the others fell to this point because they wanted to buy time for him. The white-eyed wolf nodded. I see. Princess Huofeng and the mad scientist were enlightened. But even so, it was already shocking enough. 3,000 clones meant 3,000 ultimate intents of law, which was equivalent to 3,000 sovereign divine weapons. Who would dare to fight with such means? There was no doubt. The Queen of Flames and the magic sword were definitely dead. How about this? Let's go and recover first. Let the Divine King and the Golden Crow Pearl stay here for now. After the fluctuations of the battle dissipate, we'll go and confirm it. The white-eyed wolf suggested. That works too. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the two sovereign divine weapons and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. The ghost divine king said indifferently. All right, let's retreat. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the crimson dragon shield wrapped around the three sovereigns, the ancient castle, and the other sovereign's divine weapons. Then he turned around and flew away at lightning speed. Let's go too. The white-eyed wolf tugged at Princess Huofeng. Princess Huofeng behaved very obediently. However, when he looked at the Fire Phoenix divine axe, the white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. 2 days later, the group of people landed in a canyon. The fiend ancestor immediately set up a time array. The white-eyed wolf also activated the law of life. The mad scientist, the blood ancestor, and the other sovereign's divine weapons all began to cultivate. The white-eyed wolf walked to Qin Feiyang and said, "Little Qin Zi, should we target the Fire Phoenix divine axe?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the fire phoenix divine axe floating next to Princess Huofeng. His eyes flashed. This sovereign divine weapon had tried to suppress the void mirror. It was obvious that it was completely on Hua Dahong's side. If they didn't target it, it might become a hidden danger. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang said, "There's no hurry. We'll deal with it after the ancient castle is repaired." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. Not only the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe, but also the Fire Phoenix Divine Sword and the other sovereign's divine weapons. Qin Feiyang nodded. "What do you mean?" The white-eyed wolf became more and more suspicious. "Some things aren't as simple as you think. The Feng people will definitely oppose Princess Huofeng if she's with you. I've also discussed it with Senior Brother and the Blood Ancestor. When she returns to the Phoenix Nest, she might be punished by Feng Ho. I don't need to tell you how powerful Feng Ho is, right? So, if we want to protect Princess Huofeng, we must have enough bargaining chips to threaten Feng Ho. And the Feng people's sovereign divine weapons are undoubtedly the best bargaining chips." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The white-eyed wolf said suspiciously, "You mean to make the Fire Phoenix divine weapon and the other sovereign's divine weapons swear a blood oath to only listen to her? Only then will Princess Huofeng have the right to speak to the Feng people. By then, even Feng Ho won't dare to do anything to her. Because of the Phoenix Empress." She was also afraid that if she forced the Fire Phoenix First Princess into a corner, she would take these sovereign weapons and leave the Phoenix clan. If that's the case, the Feng people won't even have a single sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. The white-eyed wolf gave him a thumbs up. As long as Princess Huofeng had the right to control these sovereign divine weapons, it would be the same as grabbing the lifeline of the Feng people. To put it bluntly, by then even Feng Ho would have to suck up to her. Opposite. Princess Huofeng looked at the two of them suspiciously. She put away all the sovereign divine weapons, including the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe. Then, she walked up to the two of them and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" The Fire Phoenix Divine Axe was very obedient now. After all, even Hua Dahong was dead. What else could it do? Nothing. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and chuckled. "Sister Feng, why don't we take a walk around? While we're at it, we can cultivate feelings." "Sister Feng?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Princess Huofeng was also a little surprised. "Wasn't this a little too boring? Let's go. So that some people won't be envious and jealous when they see us loving each other." The white-eyed wolf grabbed Princess Huofeng and left Qin Feiyang behind. "I'll be jealous of you?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. "You're thinking too much. Who hasn't fallen in love before?" Half a month later, accompanied by a sonic boom, two divine weapons streaked across the sky like lightning and landed in the sky above the canyon. They were the Ghost Divine King Throne and the Golden Crow Divine Pearl. Half a month had passed, and the time array had been 15,000 years. The Blood Ancestor's injuries had healed, and the crazy man's divine soul had also recovered. They were now rebuilding their bodies. It would take a long time for the castle and the group of sovereign divine weapons to be completed. Sensing the arrival of the two divine weapons, Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor opened their eyes and got up to greet them. They asked nervously, "How is it?" "Queen Flame is dead." The Ghost Divine King Throne laughed excitedly. "That's good." Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at the Ghost Divine King Throne and asked with a smile, "Why are you so excited?" "Queen Flame is one of the 10 demon kings. In our eyes, she's like a god. And now, we've killed a demon king with our own hands. How can we not be excited?" The Ghost Divine King Throne said. Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor laughed. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and asked suspiciously, "Why are you talking about Queen Flame and the Flame Magic Sword?" "The Flame Magic Sword? Heh! This is a surprise we prepared for you." The two sovereign divine weapons chuckled. "The surprise?" Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor were confused. The Golden Crow Divine Pearl suddenly shone brightly and a thumb-sized fragment flew out of its body and floated in front of Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor. Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor looked at the Golden Crow Divine Pearl in surprise. No need to be surprised. There's always a universe inside my body. The Golden Crow Divine Pearl said. Qin Feiyang asked, so, it can hold everything like the cauldron of all things? It's too exaggerated to hold everything. It's still possible to hold some things. The Golden Crow Divine Pearl smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. His gaze fell on the fragment again, and a trace of bewilderment gradually crept into his eyes. Why is it the energy of the flame magic sword? Could it be that this was a fragment of the Raging Flames demon sword? That's right. This is a fragment of the flame magic sword. We found it on the battlefield. But we searched the entire battlefield and only found this small piece. The Ghost Divine King said. What's the use of it? Qin Feiyang was confused. The Ghost Divine King smiled mysteriously. Release your divine sense and you'll know. Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor both released their divine sense and fused it with the fragment. Soon, a hint of shock appeared on their faces. Inside this fragment, there was actually an incomplete consciousness. Could this be? The Blood Ancestor was shocked. The consciousness of the artifact spirit. In other words, the artifact spirit of the flame magic sword hasn't been completely erased. The Ghost Divine King said. Qin Feiyang asked, in other words, it can still be repaired? Although it's just a fragment, given enough time, it will be restored to its original state sooner or later. But this is a pleasant surprise. The Ghost Divine King smiled. Qin Feiyang asked excitedly, in other words, sooner or later, it will be able to reconstruct its original body and return to its peak state? However, in its current state, it will be a bit difficult to reconstruct its original body. It will definitely be too damaged. The Ghost Divine King said regretfully. Qin Feiyang asked, what if it's origin energy? Origin energy? The Ghost Divine King was surprised. You don't really have an independent world, do you? Qin Feiyang smiled. The White-Eyed Wolf and the Golden Crow Divine Pearl told you, right? Yes. The Ghost Divine King replied. Qin Feiyang nodded. I do have an independent world called the Black Tortoise Realm, but I can't go in right now. You really didn't lie to me. The Ghost Divine King muttered. We didn't lie to you in the first place, you just didn't believe us. The Golden Crow Divine Pearl smiled helplessly. You can't blame me for not trusting you. The Ghost Divine King smiled bitterly. A mere human actually has an independent world? No one would dare to believe such a thing so easily. Qin Feiyang didn't pursue this matter any further. Because right now, even if he wanted to take the Ghost Divine King to the Black Tortoise Realm, he couldn't. So he asked, so if you have origin energy, can the flame magic sword be quickly repaired? Of course. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as you have origin energy, even if it's just a fragment, it can be restored to its original state. But the prerequisite is that you have to subdue it first. Otherwise, when it recovers, it'll be our doomsday again. The Ghost Divine King spoke of his worries. I know that. And it's not hard to control it now. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. There's only a fragment left. What's there to be afraid of? The current situation wasn't up to the flame magic sword, but him.